Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I didn't even want that extra shift tonight. When my manager asked me, I almost said no, but then I remembered rent was due soon, and I didn't have much choice. Still, clocking out past midnight at a rundown diner off Route 27 wasn't exactly my idea of a good time. As I walked across the parking lot to my old Nissan, I felt the usual unease that came from being out late alone. It wasn't paranoia exactly, just an awareness that I was vulnerable. I'd been working at Stella's diner for almost 3 months, and nothing bad had happened yet. But there was always that first time, wasn't there? I glanced around the parking lot, empty as usual. A faint buzz from the neon sign overhead, moths dancing around its dim glow, quiet enough to make you nervous. Sliding into the driver's seat, I locked the doors quickly, force of habit. The engine sputtered a bit, like always, before finally humming to life. I turned onto the main road, heading towards the stretch of rural highway that separated town from the small apartment complex I'd moved into a few months back. Driving home had always made me anxious. There were long stretches with no lights, nothing but trees and fields on either side. Tonight, though, I was more tired than scared. I turned the radio on low, hoping the music would calm my nerves. About 10 minutes into the drive, I saw a pair of headlights appear behind me. At first, I didn't pay much attention. Cars passed through here occasionally, even late at night. But after a couple miles, I realized the lights hadn't moved back or forward, just stayed there, pacing me. They were dimmed slightly, and the car, whatever it was, had no front license plate. My heart picked up speed a little. I tried to shake it off. It was probably nothing, just another driver headed the same direction. But each minute that passed made that explanation less believable. After a while, my fingers tightened on the wheel. The car still hovered behind me, close enough to make it uncomfortable, but far enough away to keep its details hidden. I accelerated gently, hoping they'd either fall behind or decide to pass. They sped up too, maintaining exactly the same distance. "All right," I whispered nervously. "Let's see how far you're willing to go." Up ahead, I knew there was a gas station off the next exit, small, brightly lit, comforting. I took the turn slowly, watching the mirror carefully. The car didn't follow me off the exit, but as I pulled into the station and parked near the pumps, I could see it clearly. Just waiting on the shoulder, about half a mile down the road, its headlights dimmed even further now. It was a dark sedan, impossible to identify in the shadows. My mouth went dry. They weren't even trying to hide. Inside the gas station, the clerk barely glanced up from his magazine. A teenage kid, face bored and tired. "Can I help you?" he mumbled, flipping the page. "No, just, bathroom?" "Back corner," he nodded, not bothering to look at me. I walked to the bathroom, pulse still thumping. I splashed cold water onto my face, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just some kids messing around. I called my sister twice, but each call went straight to voicemail. She was probably asleep. I took a deep breath and stepped back into the store. "Everything all right?" the kid asked. This time he looked at me closely, his gaze lingering a second too long. "Yeah, just tired." My voice came out shakier than I intended. Back outside, the car was still there, watching. I felt anger mix with the fear. Who did they think they were, doing this? Determined, I got back into my Nissan and headed in the opposite direction, deciding to loop back around town. I knew the back roads well enough to confuse them. But as I navigated the winding, narrow lanes, my stomach sank. A familiar set of dim headlights appeared behind me once again. Impossible, but unmistakable. They'd found me easily. I gripped the wheel harder, knuckles white, trying not to panic. This wasn't random. Someone wanted something. I'd heard horror stories about situations like this, warnings whispered at work, but I never thought it would actually happen to me. Think. I had to think. Up ahead was the local police station, small but staffed around the clock. They'd help. They had to. The sight of the old brick building with a police cruiser parked out front flooded me with relief. I pulled into the lot quickly and practically ran inside, glancing back one last time. The mysterious car passed slowly, never pausing. I exhaled shakily, feeling the fear finally begin to drain away. I'd made it. Inside the small station, fluorescent lights flickered softly overhead. An officer sat at the front desk, sipping from a mug, staring at a computer monitor. He glanced up when he heard the door. "Late night?" He offered a half smile, his eyes tired but friendly enough. "I think someone was following me," I stammered, words tumbling out in a rush. "They followed me all the way here." He leaned forward, expression suddenly more alert. "Really? Can you describe the car?" It was a dark sedan, no plates, dim headlights. They followed me from the diner I work at Stella's on 27. His expression shifted slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing his eyes before it vanished. "Stella's, huh? You new in town?" I hesitated, caught off guard by his casual tone. Yeah. Moved here a few months ago. Is that important?" He shrugged lightly, glancing briefly out the window towards the road. "Just curious. People notice strangers around here. Not much happens, so when something does, everyone knows." I nodded slowly, unease creeping back into my chest. He seemed distracted, glancing outside repeatedly, as if waiting for something or someone. "I'm going to use the restroom real quick, okay?" I asked, my voice thin. He nodded, still watching me carefully. "Sure, back on the left." Once inside, I locked the door immediately. My heart racing again, I dialed my sister one last time, hoping desperately she'd pick up. Just as her voicemail began, the bathroom door swung open sharply, the lock useless. The officer stood there, calm but unsmiling, blocking the doorway. "They said you might stop here," he said quietly. And suddenly, I knew with chilling certainty that this night was far from over. My heart hammered against my ribs as the phone slipped through my fingers and crashed to the tiled floor. It cracked loudly, the screen shattering into a spiderweb of broken glass. The officer's eyes flicked downward at the noise, then back up to meet mine. He still wore the calm, unreadable expression from moments before, but something in his stare now made me feel exposed, cornered. "They've been watching you since you moved here," he said quietly. He didn't step forward or threaten me openly. He didn't have to. His presence alone was enough to paralyze me. "You've been here a few months, but you keep to yourself. No friends in town, no connections. People around here notice that." I took a shaky breath, willing my voice not to tremble. "Who are they, and what do you want with me?" He leaned casually against the doorframe, his arms folded across his chest. It was the kind of easy posture someone might adopt while chatting with a friend about the weather not confronting a frightened woman trapped in a bathroom. That casualness terrified me more than outright aggression would have. "You see, this town isn't like other places. People here take care of each other. We notice strangers, especially ones who don't fit." He tilted his head slightly, studying me as though I was a puzzle he was struggling to solve. "You're a stranger." "I don't understand," I whispered, barely able to push the words out past the tightness in my throat. "I've never bothered anyone. I work, I go home, that's all I do." "That's exactly the problem," he replied evenly. "You never made an effort to belong. You're still an outsider. And people here, they like to know who's passing through, who's staying, who's safe." I glanced desperately around the tiny bathroom, looking for any possible escape route, but there was nothing. A small window sat high on the wall, too narrow and far too high up to offer any real hope. My only way out was through him. He must have seen the panic rise in my eyes because he sighed softly, shaking his head as if disappointed. "Look, if you cooperate, things will be easier. They asked me to make sure you stayed here until they came back. Just answer a few questions, that's all." "Questions?" My voice sounded distant, hollow to my own ears. "What kind of questions?" "Simple ones." He gestured toward the sink. "Like, why are you here? Where'd you come from? What are you running from? People don't come to towns like ours without a reason." "I'm not running from anything," I insisted weakly, but even as the words came out, they felt untrue. Maybe I hadn't admitted it to myself, but moving here had been an escape, an attempt to leave behind the mess I'd made of my life elsewhere. It wasn't a dark secret, but it wasn't something I'd ever spoken about either. He smiled slightly, as if sensing my hesitation. "That's what they all say at first. But there's always something. Nobody ends up here by accident." The sudden sound of the police station's front door opening jolted us both. The officer straightened instantly, listening intently as heavy footsteps echoed down the hall toward us. "Hey, Bobby, you got her in there," a gruff voice called out. I recognized the voice as belonging to another officer, older sounding, harsher. Bobby stepped back from the doorway, still watching me carefully. "Yeah, she's right here." Another figure appeared in the doorway behind him, a taller man, broad-shouldered, with hard eyes that swept over me in an instant, appraising me like livestock. "Is she talking yet?" "Not much," Bobby answered quietly. The taller officer sighed, stepping closer to me. He stood a foot taller than Bobby, intimidating even in silence. "Listen carefully," he said sharply, authority dripping from each syllable. "This doesn't have to be hard. You tell us what you're doing here, exactly why you chose our town, and who you really are, and maybe you'll leave this building in one piece." My chest tightened. "I'm exactly who I say I am. I swear to you. I just needed a fresh start." His gaze darkened. Fresh start from what? My life, I whispered, voice breaking. I had trouble at home. Money, relationships, everything fell apart. I chose this place at random on a map. I thought it seemed quiet, safe. The two officers exchanged a glance. The taller man snorted derisively. See, that's the problem. Everyone thinks places like this are safe. Quiet towns, friendly neighbors. But towns like ours have to work at staying safe, and we don't like strangers who refuse to be known. I'll leave, I said quickly, panic threading through my voice. Tonight, right now. You'll never see me again, I promise. It's not that simple anymore, Bobby said softly, almost apologetically. You know too much. You've seen too much. My head spun with confusion. I haven't seen anything. I don't understand any of this. The taller officer stepped forward until his shadow fell over me completely. You noticed the car tonight, didn't you? The one following you. Most people wouldn't even realize they were being watched. But you noticed. You reacted. That means you're hiding something, or you're smart enough to know when you're being hunted. I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. I'm not hiding anything. I was just scared. Exactly, Bobby murmured from behind the taller man. Fear means awareness, and we can't have people who pay attention passing through without keeping tabs on them. Keeping tabs? I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. You can call it insurance, the taller officer said calmly. We make sure anyone who knows about us doesn't leave without an understanding. You'll stay here tonight while we figure out what to do with you. No, I said faintly, backing against the wall. You can't do this. People know I'm here. My sister. She won't find you, Bobby said gently, shaking his head. No one ever does. People disappear from towns like this all the time. It's just a story on the news somewhere else. The taller man smiled coldly. Welcome home. They both stepped away then, closing the door firmly behind them. I heard the soft click of the lock from the other side. I sank slowly to the cold tile floor, trying desperately to control the trembling that shook my entire body. In the silent, empty bathroom, I finally understood. The car that followed me wasn't just intimidation, it was a test, and I had failed. Now, trapped inside the station, surrounded by people who had decided I was theirs to keep, I knew with certainty I might never leave this town alive. I sat alone on the cold bathroom floor, my breathing ragged, my mind racing through every possible escape scenario. The cracked phone lay beside me, its broken screen flickering faintly in the dim fluorescent light. I stared at it desperately, as if sheer willpower might somehow repair it and let me call for help. But it was useless. They had trapped me here, and my chances of getting out on my own felt terrifyingly slim. I pulled my knees close to my chest, trying to stop shaking, trying to think clearly. What was this place? Who were these people? I'd moved here precisely because it was quiet, because nothing ever happened. Now it felt like that quiet had been a deliberate illusion, a mask to hide something sinister underneath. I listened carefully at the door, straining to hear any snippets of conversation between the officers, any clue as to what they planned to do next. Their voices were muffled but audible, drifting in low, cautious tones from the station's main room. Can't just let her leave. She already knows too much, the taller officer said. His voice carried authority, a cold pragmatism that chilled me to the bone. Bobby replied, quieter, almost hesitant. "But what are we supposed to do? She hasn't actually done anything. Maybe she really is just a normal person passing through." "That's not your call," the other man snapped sharply. "The rules exist for a reason. Anyone who suspects something is off here can't be allowed to go." My stomach churned at his words. What exactly were they hiding in this town that justified kidnapping or worse? What rules was he talking about? I pressed my ear tighter against the door, desperate to catch anything else useful, but their conversation trailed off into silence. The station was quiet again, except for the faint buzzing of the overhead lights. That quiet was somehow more oppressive than the arguing had been. I forced myself to stand up, ignoring the shakiness in my legs. Sitting on the floor wouldn't help. I had to find another way out. Moving quietly, I examined the tiny room again. The high window above the sink was still there, narrow but just big enough that I might squeeze through. But the window was at least 8 feet off the floor, higher than I could comfortably reach. I glanced around, my eyes landing on the cheap plastic trash can near the sink. It wouldn't support my weight long, but maybe long enough to climb through if I was fast. I grabbed it, placing it upside down beneath the window, and tested it gingerly with one foot. It shifted a bit, unsteady beneath me, but held. I took a deep breath, my pulse racing again, and stepped carefully onto it, bracing myself against the cold porcelain sink. Stretching upward, I just managed to grab the metal latch of the window, turning it slowly to avoid making any noise. My heart skipped as it creaked slightly. I froze, holding my breath, waiting for any sign the officers had heard. Seconds passed, nothing. I exhaled softly and pushed the window outward, wincing again at the soft squeal of the hinges. But no one came. Cool night air rushed in, fresh and inviting, filling my lungs and renewing my hope. I could see the dark parking lot behind the building, quiet and empty. Freedom was only inches away. I reached up further, gripping the sill tightly with both hands, preparing to haul myself up and through the small opening. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway again, heavy and purposeful, heading toward the bathroom door. Panic surged through me like electricity. My fingers lost their grip momentarily, and I slipped backward off the trash can. I caught myself awkwardly against the wall, gasping in pain as my ankle twisted sharply beneath me. The bathroom door rattled loudly. "Everything all right in there?" Bobby's voice asked firmly. "Fine," I managed to say, my voice strained. "I just lost my balance." He hesitated, the pause heavy and suspicious. "Step away from the door," he finally said, voice harder than before. "We're coming in." My heart sank as the lock clicked loudly and the door swung open again. Both officers stood there, expressions dark. Bobby glanced immediately at the window, then at the overturned trash can. His face tightened. "What were you planning exactly?" the taller officer asked coldly, his voice dangerously calm. "I just needed fresh air." I lied weakly, the words sounding pathetic even to me. He shook his head slowly. "That's your last mistake. You don't seem to realize how serious this is. We're not playing games here." "I told you," I said desperately, anger creeping into my fear. "I'm not a threat. I don't know anything about your town, your secrets. I just want to leave." "It's too late for that." he said sharply, stepping closer. You already broke the trust we tried to offer. You attempted to escape. That's enough for us to know we can't ever let you leave. My chest tightened painfully at his words. What are you going to do with me? The taller officer glanced at Bobby, who was watching silently, his expression tense but resigned. Take her downstairs. We'll keep her there until the others decide. Bobby nodded, stepping forward reluctantly. Come on, he murmured quietly, reaching to grip my arm. Don't make this harder. I jerked away instinctively, my ankle flaring with pain. Please, you don't have to do this. He hesitated, looking away, unable to meet my pleading gaze. I don't have a choice, he whispered, almost apologetically. Neither do you. He took my arm again, firmer this time, guiding me toward the back of the station. I limped alongside him, glancing frantically around for anyone else who might help me, but the station was deserted. There were no witnesses, no one to see or care what was happening. He led me through a heavy metal door, down a narrow staircase that smelled damp and moldy. At the bottom was a dark hallway with several locked doors on each side, dim bulbs flickering weakly above us. He unlocked one, ushering me inside before stepping back out quickly. The room was tiny, bare concrete walls, and a single cot pushed against the far corner. No windows, no furniture beyond the bed. A prison cell, essentially. You can't leave me here, I whispered, voice shaking. Bobby looked at me one last time, genuine regret visible in his eyes. I'm sorry, he murmured quietly, almost too softly to hear. Then he closed the heavy door, locking it with a loud click that echoed through the empty hallway. I sank slowly onto the cot, despair closing in around me. I'd come here seeking safety, anonymity, a fresh start. Instead, I'd found a nightmare, trapped by people who saw my very presence as a threat. I knew deep down that if I didn't find a way out soon, I might never see daylight again. I sat motionless on the thin cot, shivering slightly as the damp chill of the basement seeped through my skin. It felt like hours since Bobby had locked me in, but without any window or clock, time didn't exist. My ankle throbbed faintly from the earlier fall, each pulse a sharp reminder of just how trapped I was. The silence down here was absolute, oppressive. I strained to hear any sound from upstairs, voices, footsteps, anything to suggest someone might still be around, but all I heard was my own ragged breathing and the steady hum of distant machinery. Probably the building's heating system, just another indifferent witness to my captivity. How had things come to this so quickly? Only a few hours ago I was finishing a shift at the diner, tired but completely unaware that my life was about to change. And now, here I was, locked in a basement beneath a police station in a town I'd foolishly thought would offer peace and anonymity. Instead, it had stripped away my freedom, my trust, and possibly even my future. I forced myself to stand up again, ignoring the shooting pain in my ankle. Limping slightly, I paced the tiny cell, tracing my fingertips along the rough concrete walls, searching for anything that might help me escape a loose brick, a hidden latch, anything. But the room had clearly been designed precisely for holding someone like me, someone they deemed a threat, and the walls gave away nothing. I slumped back onto the cot, defeated and exhausted. My thoughts spiraled, replaying everything Bobby and the other officer had said. They had spoken about rules, about watching strangers, but why? What were they so desperate to protect that they'd go to these lengths? The paranoia of a small town couldn't fully explain it. There had to be something more, something hidden beneath the surface of their quiet, carefully maintained lives. I had nearly fallen asleep, my mind clouded with hopelessness, when I heard a sound from outside the cell door, a faint metallic clicking, followed by footsteps approaching cautiously. My body tensed instantly, adrenaline flooding through me. The footsteps paused outside my door, and I held my breath, listening carefully. The lock scraped softly, and the door opened just enough to let a narrow sliver of dim hallway light enter. I stood up abruptly, bracing myself for whatever would come next. To my surprise, Bobby stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind him. He didn't switch on the light, leaving us both in near darkness, illuminated only by faint cracks of hallway light seeping beneath the door. His expression was tense, conflicted. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He held up his hand slightly, a calming gesture. "Just listen, okay? I don't have much time. They'll notice I'm gone." I eyed him warily, skeptical. "Why should I trust anything you say?" "You shouldn't," he admitted quietly, "but right now, I'm the only chance you've got." I crossed my arms, keeping a cautious distance. "Then tell me what's going on here. Why did they lock me up? What is this place hiding?" Bobby sighed deeply, rubbing his face with one hand, clearly exhausted. "This town, it's not normal. People come here to get away from something. You know that already. But it's more than that. People here like control. They like to know who's passing through. They like things to stay predictable, and when someone disrupts that, they panic." I shook my head slowly. "That's still not a reason to kidnap someone." "I know," Bobby murmured, a note of genuine shame creeping into his voice. "But once you're in this deep, there's no turning back. They think you know too much now. They think you're dangerous because you noticed what they were doing." "I don't know anything," I said desperately. "I was just scared." He nodded grimly. "Exactly. You reacted differently than others do. You didn't just shrug off the car following you. You went to the police. To them, that means you're observant, maybe too observant. That's why they decided to bring you in." I stared at him, incredulous. "So what? They're just going to keep me here forever?" He hesitated, looking uncomfortable. "Not exactly. They'll hold you until they figure out what you know. And after that," his voice trailed off. "What?" I pressed, fear climbing back into my throat. "What happens after that?" He looked away, unable to meet my eyes. "They'll do whatever it takes to keep the town safe, to keep their secrets safe." A chill ran through me, colder than anything the basement had offered so far. "You have to help me get out. Please, Bobby. You don't seem like them. You're not cruel." He laughed bitterly, the sound hollow and devoid of humor. "You think I have a choice in any of this? I'm just as trapped as you are. You're standing here right now. You opened the door. That's a choice." He looked at me for a long moment, his expression filled with conflict. I could see clearly that he was struggling with himself, his loyalties divided. Finally, he shook his head softly. "Fine. If I help you get out, you can never come back here. You can't call the police from another town. You have to disappear completely." Can you do that?" "Yes," I said quickly, relief surging through me. "Absolutely." He nodded, seemingly convinced. "All right. There's an exit at the end of the hallway. It leads outside, near the woods. Follow the tree line until you reach the old service road. It'll lead you back toward Route 27, but you need to move fast. Once they notice you're gone, they'll be after you." "What about you?" I asked, suddenly concerned for him despite everything he'd done. He shrugged helplessly. "I'll figure something out. Just go now before I change my mind." I didn't hesitate. He led me quietly down the dark hallway, past the locked doors that presumably hid others, and stopped at a rusted metal door marked maintenance. He unlocked it carefully, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "Once you're out there, keep moving. Don't stop for anything. And if anyone asks, you were never here. You never saw any of this." I nodded quickly, adrenaline already flooding through me again. "Thank you," I whispered genuinely, seeing the fear and guilt etched deeply into his face. "Don't thank me yet," he said, his voice grim. "You're not safe until you're far from here. Now go." I stepped into the cool night air, feeling freedom flood my lungs for the first time in hours. The trees loomed dark and silent ahead, offering both cover and a threat. Behind me, Bobby watched silently from the doorway, his figure silhouetted in the faint hallway light. I gave him one final nod, then turned and ran as best I could with my injured ankle, pushing through the pain, desperate to put as much distance between myself and the station as possible. As the darkness of the woods enveloped me, I allowed myself a brief surge of hope. I was out, free for now, but Bobby's warning echoed clearly in my mind. I wasn't safe yet. My lungs burned, my heartbeat thundered in my ears, and my injured ankle screamed with every step, but I couldn't stop running. Behind me, the police station's distant lights blurred into shadows beneath the tree line. Bobby's warning echoed relentlessly in my head. "You're not safe yet." Branches scraped at my face, snagged at my clothes, and every snapping twig beneath my feet made me jump, convinced that they were already behind me, already closing in. But each time I glanced back, the woods were empty, cloaked in darkness, and disturbingly silent. I finally slowed, panting and gasping, collapsing briefly against the rough trunk of an oak. I had no idea how far I'd run or how long I'd been stumbling through these woods, but I was far enough that the police station was no longer visible, even as a faint glow in the distance. Now, though, panic shifted into something colder, a deep realization that I was lost. Bobby had mentioned an old service road somewhere beyond the trees, but the thick woods stretched endlessly in every direction. I strained my ears for traffic noise, anything to guide me toward a road, but only silence filled the gaps between my ragged breaths. After a moment, I forced myself upright and limped forward carefully, each step hesitant but determined. Moonlight filtered weakly through the treetops, casting eerie shadows and making every shape appear sinister. My ankle throbbed more fiercely now, swollen and hot to the touch, but adrenaline kept me moving. I thought back to Bobby and wondered what would happen to him. He had helped me escape, knowing full well the risk. Why? Was it guilt, or had he genuinely been trapped, too caught in something bigger and uglier than either of us could have imagined? The deeper I moved into the woods, the more oppressive they felt. The silence was unnatural. No birds, no rustling animals, just the endless crunch of my footsteps and my own uneven breaths. Anxiety crept up my spine, cold and unforgiving, whispering that I wasn't alone out here, that someone or something was watching from just beyond the shadows. Suddenly I froze. Ahead, through the trees, a faint beam of light pierced the darkness, flickering briefly, then disappearing again. My breath caught. Flashlights. Someone searching for me. My pulse quickened, and instinct took over. I ducked behind the nearest thick tree, pressing myself against the rough bark, trying to still my breathing. Voices drifted through the night, low and urgent, drawing closer. Two figures appeared, flashlight beams slicing through the dark, moving steadily through the brush. I crouched lower, every muscle tense, praying they wouldn't spot me. One voice carried softly on the night air. She couldn't have gone far. Bobby didn't have enough time to get her very deep into the woods. The other grunted quietly in reply. He's an idiot for letting her out. Thought he understood the rules better. My stomach twisted painfully. They knew. Bobby hadn't fooled them. How long had it taken them to notice I was missing? 10 minutes? 20? How long had I been stumbling through these woods, lost and directionless, giving them ample time to track me? Doesn't matter, the first voice said, closer now. She'll be panicking, lost, easy to find. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to think. I couldn't run, not with my ankle. I had to hide, had to let them pass, then change direction. Quietly, I crept lower, sliding carefully onto my stomach behind the dense bushes and tangled roots. My fingers dug into the cool, damp earth as I pressed my body flat against the ground. The beams swept slowly closer, pausing occasionally as they scanned the underbrush, lighting up random patches of forest floor, each passing moment making it harder to breathe. Their voices were clear now, disturbingly calm, as if hunting down someone who dared to escape was just routine. Finally, the lights passed by, missing me by mere feet, and the sound of their steps receded gradually deeper into the forest. Relief washed through me, tempered by the grim reality of my situation. They were searching systematically and methodically. They wouldn't stop until I was found. I waited another few minutes, hardly daring to breathe, before slowly rising again. Now I moved more carefully, quieter, stepping lightly despite the constant fiery pain shooting through my ankle. I had to get out of the woods, had to find that service road Bobby had mentioned. Then, abruptly, my foot hit solid ground beneath the leaves, not earth, but asphalt. A rush of hope surged through me. I'd found the road. It was narrow and cracked, obviously long abandoned, but it was still a way out. Bobby had said this would lead me back toward Route 27. If I could get there, I could flag someone down, get help from outside the town. I moved along the road, faster now despite the pain, driven by newfound determination. The trees gradually thinned on either side, moonlight illuminating more of the cracked pavement ahead. Every step closer to escape pushed my fear further into the background, replaced by desperate hope. But my heart sank again when I noticed headlights approaching. They weren't coming fast, just slowly creeping up the narrow road, carefully illuminating patches of dark woods. Panic surged through me once more. They'd anticipated this. Of course they knew I'd try to find the road. I couldn't outrun a car, couldn't hide in plain sight. Frantically, I turned and stumbled back toward the tree line, but the headlights caught me fully, bathing me in harsh white light. I froze, knowing it was pointless to run now. The car stopped abruptly, doors opening quickly. Two figures stepped out, shadows stark against the glare of the headlights. I shielded my eyes, heart pounding furiously. One of them stepped forward slowly, the outline of his uniform unmistakable even in silhouette. "You're persistent, I'll give you that," the familiar voice said calmly, the taller officer. His tone wasn't angry or even frustrated, just matter of fact, almost impressed. "But I warned Bobby you'd be trouble." "I just want to leave," I pleaded desperately. "I don't want to cause any problems. Please." He shook his head, stepping closer. "It's too late for that. You're more trouble than we expected. People like you always causing complications, trying to change how things are done." I backed away slightly, feeling trapped by the harsh lights and their encroaching presence. "Why are you doing this? What's so important you'd hurt someone to protect it?" He hesitated briefly, sighing. "This town has worked this way for decades. It's how we stay safe. You disrupt that, you risk everything." "But what are you protecting?" I whispered, desperation clear in my voice. He didn't answer, just glanced at the other figure, signaling with a slight nod. They moved quickly, grabbing me firmly by the arms, ignoring my struggles, and dragged me toward the waiting car. As they forced me inside, the taller officer leaned close, his voice low but oddly gentle. "You had your chance. Now you belong to the town." The doors slammed shut, the sound echoing like a final judgment. In the suffocating silence inside the car, despair closed around me once again. I was trapped by a place that refused to let me go. And this time, I knew deep in my gut that escape might never come again. The car ride back into town was unbearably silent. I sat wedged between the taller officer and Bobby, my wrists uncomfortably bound with zip ties, biting into my skin. I'd given up struggling after the first few minutes. It seemed pointless now. They had found me too easily. Everything I'd tried had only brought me back into their grip. Outside, the familiar street slipped by slowly, quiet and deserted. The clock on the dashboard glowed faintly 4:15 a.m. The world was still asleep, unaware of the nightmare unfolding in their picturesque little town. My stomach churned as we passed Stella's diner, now dark and empty, the neon sign switched off. It felt symbolic, somehow, like my life here, brief and already extinguished. Eventually, we turned down a side street I didn't recognize. It led to a large house set back from the road, its facade faded, paint peeling, windows dark. A heavy feeling of dread pooled in my stomach as the car rolled to a slow stop in the gravel driveway. The taller officer got out first, opening my door and pulling me roughly from the vehicle. Bobby followed silently, eyes cast downward, refusing to look at me. "What is this place?" I whispered, my voice raw from exhaustion and fear. The taller officer didn't answer. Instead, he guided me firmly toward the house, Bobby trailing quietly behind. The front door swung open before we reached it, revealing a figure standing in the dimly lit entryway, an older woman, her gray hair neatly pulled back, expression stern but not unkind. "This her?" she asked calmly, assessing me with sharp, intelligent eyes. The officer nodded. "She gave us some trouble, tried to run, but we caught her." The woman stepped aside, motioning for us to enter. Inside, the house felt oddly normal, furnished neatly, walls lined with family portraits, giving no outward hint of the sinister truth behind it. They guided me down a narrow hallway and into a large room that looked like a home office. Books lined the shelves, and papers were neatly stacked on the desk. "Sit," the woman instructed gently but firmly. I obeyed slowly, sinking onto the edge of a wooden chair, my hands trembling slightly in my lap. Bobby stood silently near the door, avoiding my gaze, while the older officer positioned himself at the back of the room. "You must be very frightened," the woman began softly. Her voice carried genuine empathy, but I refused to let myself believe it was sincere. Not after everything they'd done. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously. "What do you want with me?" She folded her hands carefully on the desk, watching me closely. "I suppose you deserve an explanation. My name is Margaret Thompson. I've lived in this town my entire life. In many ways, you could say I've kept it safe." "Safe?" I echoed bitterly. "Kidnapping people and terrorizing them is safe." Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her voice stayed even. "What we do here isn't pleasant, I admit, but it's necessary. Our town is safe precisely because we watch everyone who enters. If someone is dangerous, we know. If they're hiding something, we know. We protect each other. And yes, sometimes protecting each other means doing unpleasant things." "I wasn't hiding anything," I insisted weakly. "I was just scared. You followed me. You threatened me. I had every right to run." She tilted her head slightly, studying me. "You're right, of course. Your reaction was understandable. Unfortunately, it made you seem dangerous to the others. When you arrived here, you chose isolation. You didn't integrate. You raised suspicion, exactly what we strive to avoid." "Please," I whispered, desperation leaking into my voice, "just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I don't care about your secrets. I just want to leave." Margaret sighed quietly, looking genuinely regretful. "I'm afraid that's impossible now. You've seen too much. If you leave, you become a risk to everyone who lives here." "What are you going to do with me then?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Are you going to kill me?" Margaret's eyebrows knitted together slightly. "Kill you? No, of course not. Despite what you might think, we're not monsters. But you can't leave. Not ever." I stared at her, confusion and dread mingling inside me. "Then what? You're just going to keep me locked away forever?" She shook her head gently. "Nothing that extreme. You're going to become one of us, a part of the town. You'll live here, work here, belong here under supervision, of course." My breath caught. Supervision. She nodded calmly. "You'll be watched closely, but you'll be allowed a life. You'll have work, a home, even friends eventually. But if you ever try to leave, if you ever try to tell anyone outside this town what you've learned, well, you understand." I felt dizzy. They weren't going to kill me. They were going to force me into a life I never wanted, watched and controlled every moment. Imprisoned, but free enough to pretend I wasn't. "I can't," I whispered softly. I can't live like that. Margaret stood slowly, walking around the desk to stand closer, her gaze softening slightly. It's not ideal, but you'll adapt. Everyone does. Bobby adapted. She glanced toward Bobby, who finally lifted his head, shame clear in his eyes. He was an outsider once, too, just like you. I looked at Bobby, feeling a painful flicker of sympathy despite everything. He nodded slowly, sadness written clearly across his face. You just stop fighting, he murmured quietly. After a while, it starts to feel normal. Margaret gently touched my shoulder, her hand surprisingly warm, almost comforting. We'll give you a new identity, a place to live, a new job. In a year, 2 at most, you won't even remember life was any different. Tears stung my eyes, blurring my vision. Was this really the only way forward? A life under constant watch, unable to leave, unable to speak freely but alive. Could I accept this as my fate? Margaret's gaze softened further. You have to choose, dear. Adapt or disappear. I'd strongly advise you choose the first. My heart ached fiercely, longing desperately for freedom, for escape. But I saw no other option. Fighting had only brought me back here again and again. Finally, with tears quietly slipping down my cheeks, I nodded. Margaret smiled gently, squeezing my shoulder reassuringly. Good girl, we'll take care of you. And so slowly my life became theirs. Months passed, and the memory of that night faded into a dull ache, never forgotten but tucked safely away, where it could no longer hurt me. I worked quietly, lived quietly, becoming just another face in town, another secret keeper. Eventually, it was my turn to watch the new arrivals, outsiders like I once was, to see their fear, their confusion, to know exactly what they'd soon face. But by then, I understood. The town protected itself, guarded its secrets fiercely, and as much as I hated it, I was a part of it. Like Bobby said, after a while it started to feel normal. And eventually, it became home. When I first took the job at the grocery store, it was purely about money. I wasn't looking for anything exciting, just a steady paycheck that could cover my rent and keep the lights on. Working nights didn't bother me, not really. I had insomnia half the time anyway, and the shift premium was enough of an incentive. It was quiet, easy money or so, I thought. The first week passed quickly, settling into a familiar routine. Customers were rare after midnight, usually just the occasional late-night shopper coming in for cigarettes or snacks, eyes bleary from exhaustion or too much to drink. My co-workers warned me that the hardest part of the night shift was staying awake, dealing with boredom, and keeping busy during the long stretches of emptiness. Honestly, I didn't mind it. I enjoyed the solitude, the chance to be alone with my thoughts, without needing to force conversation or pretend to care about small talk. But halfway through my second week, something shifted. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just small things that seemed odd enough to notice, but trivial enough to brush off. I'd be stocking shelves or cleaning an aisle when I'd catch the faintest sound like soft footsteps padding quietly against the linoleum floor. I'd pause, listening carefully, convinced a customer had slipped past me unnoticed. But when I turned around, nothing was there except an empty aisle, brightly lit and perfectly still. At first, I blamed it on fatigue, or maybe a side effect of too much caffeine and too little sleep. After all, late-night hours messed with your head sometimes. It was common knowledge among overnight workers. Everyone had stories of strange noises, flickering lights, and shadows playing tricks on tired eyes. But this felt different, somehow more deliberate. One night, around 2:30, I stood at the front register counting receipts from earlier in the shift. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead, and the radio played faintly in the background, some forgettable pop song I'd heard 1,000 times. I felt comfortable, absorbed in the mindless task. Then suddenly, I heard whispers, soft and indistinct, drifting from the aisle, just to my left. I stopped mid-count, straining my ears to catch the words. They were muffled, overlapping like two people having a quiet conversation, just barely audible above the music. My first instinct was annoyance. Maybe some teenagers had wandered in and were messing around, trying to shoplift candy or energy drinks. I stepped around the counter, ready to confront whoever was wasting my time. "Hello?" I called firmly, rounding the corner into aisle 4. It was empty. Boxes of cereal and granola bars lined the shelves neatly, undisturbed. I glanced toward the next aisle, then the next, methodically checking each one, convinced someone was playing a joke. But the entire store was deserted. A cold unease settled in my stomach as I returned to the register. The whispers had vanished completely, leaving only silence and the low hum of the lights above. I shook it off, irritated with myself for letting paranoia creep in. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe exhaustion was finally catching up with me. The next night, however, it happened again. This time, I was restocking cans of soup near the back corner of the store when I heard footsteps, clear and deliberate, coming from behind me. My pulse quickened, and I turned swiftly, expecting to find another employee, perhaps my supervisor checking on me. Again, nothing. The aisle stretched out empty behind me, fluorescent bulbs casting stark shadows against polished floors. "Who's there?" I called out, more sharply than I'd intended. Silence answered me, thick and oppressive. My skin prickled with a sudden chill, and I stood frozen for several seconds, feeling watched even though I knew rationally no one else was around. When my shift finally ended at 6 in the morning, I left quickly, eager for the safety of daylight and the normalcy of traffic, noise, and people going about their lives. I drove home feeling unsettled, replaying those strange moments over and over in my head. The following night, I came in early, determined to put my mind at ease by reviewing the security cameras. Maybe I'd missed something obvious, a customer slipping out unnoticed, or even another employee playing a practical joke. I sat down in the small office behind the checkout area and clicked through the previous night's footage. The images flickered onto the screen, grainy black and white scenes of empty aisles and dimly lit shelves. I stared intently, rewinding and fast-forwarding through hours of silent stillness. At first, nothing seemed unusual, and my anxiety began to fade, replaced by mild embarrassment at my own paranoia. Then I saw it. Just after 2:30, the exact time I'd heard whispers the night before, the footage glitched briefly, static crackling across the screen. I leaned closer, pulse quickening. When the static cleared, I noticed movement, faint, shadowy figures passing slowly through the aisles. They weren't solid or fully visible, more like smudges against the background, shifting and flickering oddly, as if caught between frames. My heart hammered painfully as I watched the indistinct shapes move silently through the aisles, appearing and disappearing sporadically. I rewound repeatedly, convinced it was some kind of digital error or artifact. But each time the shadows appeared again, always in the same spot, always at precisely the same moment. I left the office feeling deeply shaken. I didn't mention what I'd seen to anyone else. How could I possibly explain it without sounding insane? My co-workers already considered me quiet, reserved, maybe even a little strange. Bringing this up would only reinforce their suspicions. For the rest of the night, I moved mechanically through my tasks, hyper-aware of every small sound and movement. Every creak of the building, every hum of the coolers sent fresh waves of anxiety washing over me. My mind raced desperately for rational explanations, faulty wiring, technical glitches, exhaustion playing tricks on my eyes. But deep down I knew something was very wrong. When morning came again, I drove home quickly, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. Sleep eluded me all day, thoughts racing uncontrollably. As night approached again, dread tightened painfully in my chest. Something was happening inside that grocery store, something I couldn't yet understand. Whether ghosts, spirits, or my own fraying sanity, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever was happening during those late-night hours was only beginning, and I had no idea how I was going to make it stop. I almost didn't go back the next night. I sat on the edge of my bed, phone in hand, staring at the clock as it crawled closer to my shift. My mind raced through excuses. I was sick. My car wouldn't start. I had a family emergency. All lies, of course, and none of them would do anything except push off the inevitable. Besides, I needed the job. I needed the paycheck. Still, as I pulled into the near-empty parking lot of the grocery store, that sick, crawling sensation returned. The one that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, like something just out of view was watching, waiting. I sat in my car for a while, hands tight on the steering wheel, trying to breathe normally. Eventually, I convinced myself to get out and head in. The store was brightly lit and quiet, as always. The manager on duty, Jeff, gave me a nod and a yawn as he clocked out. He was never much for words, and I was grateful for that. I didn't feel like talking, not about anything. "Same as usual," he muttered as he passed. "Stock the shelves, mop if you get bored." You'll probably be alone after midnight. That part had become routine. There were usually 2 or 3 of us for the first couple hours, and then once the floor was mopped and trash was taken out, the others left early. I didn't mind the quiet. At least, I hadn't until this started. I tried to go through the motions like any other night. I took the cart of boxes and began stocking the cereal aisle, carefully lining up boxes and facing the labels just right. But every few minutes, I'd stop and listen, not because I heard anything, but because I kept expecting to. Nothing. For the first hour, just silence. Then the intercom clicked on. I froze instantly. No one else was near the office. It had to be intentional. The speaker crackled once, then nothing. No music, no announcement. Just one soft static pop and silence again. I stood motionless in the aisle for what felt like a full minute. My heart started to beat faster, hard enough I could feel it in my throat. I slowly reached into my pocket for the store's walkie, pressed the button, and whispered, "Anyone there?" No answer. I released the button and listened again, the walkie completely dead. I pushed the cart slowly to the end of the aisle and peeked around the corner. Still nothing. Just empty aisles lit up under flickering fluorescent lights. Trying to shake it off, I returned to stocking. Maybe someone had left the intercom line half-pressed, and it clicked by accident. It was a weak explanation, but I needed it. 10 minutes later, I was at the canned goods aisle when it happened again, this time louder. The intercom clicked once, then a faint shuffle of static, like someone breathing against a mic. Then a voice. Very soft. I couldn't make out the words at first, but it was definitely someone speaking. I pressed the walkie button again. "Is someone messing around up front?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. The speaker crackled again in response, but no one replied. The voice came through again, and this time I heard it clearly. "Don't turn around." I dropped the can I was holding. It clanged loudly against the tile floor, rolling unevenly toward the next aisle. I stood frozen, every part of me seized with dread. The voice had been right in my ear. Not through the intercom anymore, it was behind me. I turned around slowly, breath caught in my chest. There was no one there. Just empty air. I stepped back, heart hammering. I looked down each aisle, then jogged up toward the front office. No one was inside. The office door was wide open. I checked the staff room. Empty. I even peeked inside the restroom. Nothing. The store was empty. I knew it. I'd walked every aisle. No customers had come in. Nobody should be here but me. And yet that voice had been close enough to feel. Panic rising fast, I ran to the security room and pulled up the camera feeds. The system was old, clunky, and slow to load, but I clicked through each angle anyway. The first few cameras showed nothing but aisles of untouched shelves and my own figure pacing up and down. Then I reached the camera from just outside the break room. Someone was standing there. Not me, not a customer. Someone tall, unmoving, facing directly at the camera, but their features were blurry, like the lens couldn't quite focus on them. The frame glitched once, and then they were gone. One frame to the next, just gone. I rewound it. Same thing. The figure appears for a few seconds, never moves, then disappears. It was just like the footage I'd seen before, the shadows, the glitching. But this wasn't a shadow anymore. It was someone, a person. The hallway behind the break room was empty when I checked. No trace of anyone, not even the sound of retreating footsteps. I tried to convince myself it was an error, a glitch, an old camera on its last legs, but that didn't explain the voice, or why it sounded like it had been just behind me. I considered calling the cops, but what would I say? That the grocery store was haunted, that I heard whispers and saw a blurry man on an outdated camera feed. They'd probably laugh me off the line. So instead, I waited. I sat behind the customer service desk with all the lights on, every screen on the monitor open, watching every angle I could. It was quiet for a while, just long enough to make me question myself again. Then all the monitors went black, just for a second. When they came back on, the camera feeds were frozen, but one had changed. The camera facing aisle 8 now showed me sitting at the desk watching the screens. And standing behind me in the feed was the same figure. Tall, unmoving, blurry-faced. I spun around so fast I knocked the stool over. But the store was still empty. No one behind me. No movement. Nothing. When I looked back at the monitor, the feed was back to normal. Just the empty aisle. Just the desk. No figure. That was enough for one night. I turned off the monitor, locked the office door, and stayed at the front counter until the sun came up and the first morning shift worker arrived. I left without saying much, just muttered something about being tired and needing coffee. As I drove home, the sunlight streaming through the windshield didn't bring the usual comfort. The voice was still in my head. The image of the man standing behind me burned into my brain. I hadn't imagined it. Something was in that store at night, and it knew I was watching. I didn't go to work that night. I told my manager I was sick, which technically wasn't a lie. My stomach was in knots, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking all day. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure on the camera, standing behind me like it had always been there. I kept checking behind me, even at home, even in the safety of my own living room. The voice, too, had burrowed deep into my mind. I'd replay it in my head constantly. Don't turn around. I didn't know what was worse, how calm it sounded, or how close it had felt. I barely slept, and when I did, I dreamed of aisles that went on forever, flickering lights, and distant voices calling my name from just out of sight. I woke up sweating, gasping, convinced someone was standing at the foot of my bed, but there never was. By the next evening, I'd made up my mind. I needed answers. As terrified as I was, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I couldn't keep hiding. Something was happening inside that store, and I wasn't the only one who'd felt it. I remembered one of the stock guys, Eric, mentioning something weird a few nights before all this started. Something about the freezer door slamming shut on its own, even though no one was near it. I hadn't thought much of it at the time. So I texted him. Me, hey, weird question. You ever notice anything off during night shift? He replied in under a minute. Eric, you mean like the footsteps and the lights flickering? Yeah. I thought it was just me. That quick response shook me. I sat back, staring at the message. I wasn't alone. I wasn't imagining this. Me? Did you ever hear a voice? Eric, once, thought I was losing it. Said something like, "Don't look." Why? That was enough. I asked him to meet me before my shift. He agreed. Said he didn't work that night but could swing by. I got to the store early, around 9:30. The sun had just gone down, the parking lot dim and half empty. I stood near the side entrance, arms crossed, waiting for Eric. He showed up in a beat-up car, looking more serious than usual. "You've been seeing stuff too?" he asked as he got out. I nodded. Voices, glitching cameras, figures on the screen that aren't really there, or are. I don't know anymore. He gave me this look, not disbelief, but the kind of tired recognition that made it clear he'd been holding this in for a while. "I thought it was stress," he said, "or sleep deprivation. I didn't want to be the guy who brings up ghosts at work." "Well, congratulations," I said. "Now we're both those guys." We went inside. The store looked normal, of course. That was part of what made it so unnerving. Nothing ever looked wrong. It just felt wrong, like the air was heavier at night, like something was holding its breath behind the shelves. We sat in the back room, lights on, surrounded by employee lockers and a half-dead vending machine. I pulled up the camera system on the office computer and showed Eric the clip. The one where the figure appears behind me in aisle 8. He leaned in, eyes narrowed. "Dude," he muttered. "That's the same aisle where I saw the lights flicker last week. I thought it was just a bulb going bad." "Watch this part," I said, fast-forwarding to the static, and the moment the figure vanished. He sat back. "That's not a glitch. That's something else." We stayed in that room for a while, watching old footage, trying to catch anything else that might have been missed. Around 11:30, he stood up, stretched, and said he was heading out. "I don't envy you being here overnight," he said, "but if anything happens, like really happens, call me." I nodded, though I wasn't sure what good calling anyone would do. By midnight, I was alone again. The silence was oppressive, pressing in from all sides. I started in the dairy section, rearranging milk jugs, trying to keep myself grounded in something mundane. For a while, it worked. Until aisle 7. I was just passing it on my way back to the front when I saw movement. Not on a screen, not in a reflection. Someone or something walked across the end of the aisle. Just a quick flash, a blur of dark clothing, but it was enough. I turned immediately, heart in my throat, and stepped into the aisle. Nothing. I moved quickly, checking the surrounding aisles, every direction, even behind the end cap displays. Empty. But then I noticed the cold. The temperature had dropped noticeably, not just cool cold, the kind that raises goosebumps across your arms, that makes your breath visible in the air. I didn't understand it. The store's AC wasn't even running that high. I backed out slowly, returned to the front, and checked the cameras again. My hands trembled slightly as I scrolled back to the last 2 minutes. The screen showed it clear as day, someone walking past aisle 7. But the weirdest part, there was no timestamp. All the other footage had the standard time and date in the corner, always present. But this clip, it was missing it. Just a clean, silent frame of a shadow moving across the screen, then disappearing again. It didn't even let me save the footage. I clicked download, and the computer froze. I had to reboot the whole system. When it came back, the clip was gone, replaced with static. I sat back, breathing hard, staring at the blank screen. At this point, I couldn't pretend it was just in my head. The question wasn't if something was in this store at night. The question was what it wanted, why now, and how long it had been there. I glanced out into the aisles again, every shadow suddenly thicker than before. Every corner looked like it might be hiding someone or something just standing still, waiting for me to walk past. Whatever this was, it didn't want to be seen. That was the one constant. Don't turn around, don't look, don't acknowledge it. But it knew I had. And I had the sinking feeling that now that I'd looked, it wasn't going to stop. I stayed behind the counter for a long time that night, long after the sighting in aisle 7. I sat there with my eyes fixed on the monitors, hands balled into fists, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling that I wasn't alone, that I hadn't been for a while. The silence of the grocery store after midnight used to be comforting. The quiet hum of the coolers, the soft buzz of the lights it used to make the time pass slowly but peacefully. Now, the quiet felt thick, heavy. It was the kind of silence that made every small noise unbearable. The creak of a shelf, the pop of a cooler switching cycles, it all sounded amplified, intentional. I thought about walking out, just leaving the shift halfway through. I could fake a stomach bug or some family emergency, but I didn't. I stayed. Maybe part of me wanted answers. Maybe another part was too afraid to walk away and wonder what would have happened if I stayed. Around 1:15 I heard it again. Footsteps. Not quick or panicked, slow, deliberate. I muted the store radio, leaned forward and listened. The steps were faint, but definitely there, somewhere toward the center of the store. I stood slowly, trying to keep my breathing quiet, and grabbed the flashlight from behind the counter. The store lights were all on, but somehow it still felt dark. I walked cautiously toward aisle 5, pausing at each end cap, checking both sides before stepping out. No one, but the sound continued. Not footsteps anymore, dragging. Something sliding across the floor. I stepped into aisle 6, the one with paper towels and cleaning supplies, and the dragging stopped. It was dead silent again. I aimed the flashlight toward the far end, and for a split second, I saw something at the other end. Just the edge of a person's silhouette slipping past. I took a deep breath and started walking toward it. Each step echoed, my sneakers squeaking slightly against the polished tile. As I reached the end of the aisle, I swung left. Nothing. Empty. But then, directly behind me, the sound of boxes falling. I turned fast, flashlight beam jittering as I spun back into aisle 6. 3 boxes of Swiffer pads were on the floor, scattered in front of the shelf. I hadn't touched that display all night. I scanned the shelves, the floor, the ceiling. Nothing. Not even a draft that could have knocked anything over. I knelt and started picking them up, just to give my hands something to do. That's when I heard it. A voice, again. But not whispered, not hidden behind an intercom. It came from directly behind me, quiet, steady, almost conversational. Do you see it yet? I turned around so fast I slipped on one of the scattered boxes. My flashlight hit the floor and rolled out of reach, casting its beam in circles. There was no one behind me, just empty space and shelves. But the voice was real. I'd heard it. No radio, no speakers. A voice in the air, behind me, like someone had been standing right there, inches away. I grabbed the flashlight and backed up, heart pounding until I reached the end of the aisle. Then I ran straight to the office and locked the door. I don't know how long I sat there. I just remember staring at the monitor wall, waiting for anything to move. The store was still, silent, like it was pretending to be normal again. Eventually, I heard the chime of the front doors. I jumped, convinced something had forced its way in. But it was just Greg, the bakery guy, showing up early to prep for the morning. "Damn, man," he said, seeing my face. "You look like hell." I laughed, but it came out more like a cough. Just a long night. He didn't ask questions. He never did. When I clocked out, the sun was just starting to rise. The world outside was bright, birds chirping, cars passing by. It was like waking up from a nightmare and finding everything back to normal. But I couldn't shake the voice. "Do you see it yet?" I didn't know what it meant, what I was supposed to see. That day, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the buzz of my phone and the occasional passing car. My apartment felt like it wasn't mine anymore. It felt borrowed, like I was only safe there for now. Eventually, I got up and grabbed my laptop. I started searching local news, forums, even Reddit, trying to find stories about strange things happening in grocery stores, anything that might give me a lead. I didn't find much. A couple of random posts about flickering lights or employees hearing noises, but none of them sounded like what was happening here. No voices, no figures on cameras. until I found a thread buried in an old forum post from a site that looked like it hadn't been updated in years. A former overnight employee at a different store, same company, different city, talking about how they'd quit after experiencing something wrong during late shifts. They wrote, "You think you're alone in those aisles, but you're not. It's like the place changes after a certain time, like something else takes over. I started seeing people that weren't there. My manager said it was stress, but they never checked the cameras. That's where it shows up." That part hit me hard. The cameras. That's how it had all started for me. The last line in the post was simple. "If you hear it speak to you, it already knows you see it." I closed the laptop and sat still for a long time. What had I let see me? When I went back the next night, I told myself I'd just get through the shift and quit. No notice, no explanation. I'd text Jeff from the parking lot and never look back. But I couldn't help myself. At 2:00 a.m., I checked the cameras again. And in one of the frozen frames, aisle 6, I saw something new. A figure, clearer than before, tall, narrow, slightly hunched, standing at the end of the aisle, turned toward the lens. Not blurry this time, not obscured. It had no face, just a smooth surface where features should have been, as if the face had been erased. And next to the figure, written crudely across the floor in what looked like smudged ash or dirt, were 3 words. "Now you do." I turned off the monitor and walked out of the office. I didn't take anything. I didn't lock the door. I just left. Whatever was in that store, I'd seen it. And now, it had seen me too. I didn't tell anyone I quit. No explanation, no farewell. I just stopped showing up. I left my name tag in the glove compartment of my car like some kind of useless relic. I figured they'd eventually get the message. That grocery store could replace me by the end of the week. Probably already had. But I wasn't interested in how they covered the shifts. I was trying not to unravel. For the first few days after I walked out, I didn't leave my apartment. Not once. I locked the doors, covered every window, and kept the lights on at all hours. It wasn't rational, but nothing felt rational anymore. I knew what I saw. I knew what I heard. You couldn't explain that away with exhaustion or stress. That thing in the camera, the faceless figure, it was there. It had been watching me, and the worst part wasn't that it existed. It was that it knew I did too. I couldn't eat much. Sleep came in fits, if at all. When it did, it brought dreams of long aisles with no end, lights flickering above me, that same shape always at the edge of my vision, closer every time I blinked. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, convinced I'd see it in the corner of my room. And one night I did. Not clearly, not like in the store, but I swear I saw movement near my closet. Just for a second. A dark silhouette against the pale blue glow from the hallway light. I didn't even get out of bed. I just lay there, heart pounding, pretending I was asleep. I thought if I didn't look, it couldn't come closer. I thought maybe it only existed in the spaces we acknowledge. But the air was cold, the kind of cold that settles in your bones. I lay there until sunrise, too afraid to move. By morning, the shape was gone. The room was warm again. But something had changed in me. I wasn't safe, not here, not anywhere. That afternoon, I called Eric. He hadn't messaged me since we talked that night in the back room. I didn't blame him. What do you even say after something like that? He picked up on the second ring. I was wondering when you'd call. His voice sounded off, tired, raw. You still working nights? I asked. No, he replied. Not since last week. I saw something I shouldn't have. Thought maybe it was a one-time thing. Then I saw it again. Same figure, same feeling. You know what I'm talking about. I think it's following me, I admitted. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I could hear him breathing. You ever hear of the old employee? He asked finally. What old employee? The one who went missing. Before you started, I thought it was just a rumor, something the night crew made up to scare new hires. But I asked around, found someone who remembered him. What happened? He worked stock, quiet guy, showed up every shift, kept to himself. Then one night, he just didn't come back from break. They searched the place, checked the cameras, everything. No one ever found him, no signs he left. He just vanished. I felt something tighten in my chest. Did the cameras show anything? That's the thing. His shift ended around 4 a.m., but the last footage of him was at 3, 7, standing in aisle 8. After that, nothing. And here's the kicker, they said, the timestamp on the feed disappeared, just like yours. Jesus, I muttered. Maybe whatever this thing is, Eric said, it doesn't just haunt the store. Maybe it latches onto people who see it, who notice it. That made my blood run cold. Have you seen it since you left? I asked. Another pause. Yes, once, in my apartment window, just standing there, then gone. We didn't talk much longer after that. There wasn't anything left to say. We were both dealing with the same thing. I wasn't sure if it helped to know I wasn't alone, or if it made things worse. That night, I took every precaution. I locked the doors. I left every light on. I even moved the couch to block the hallway. And then I sat on the floor in my living room, armed with a flashlight and my phone, trying to stay awake. At 3:07 a.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I didn't answer it. It buzzed again, this time a message. You see it too. I dropped the phone. My hands went cold. I didn't want to look at the screen again, but eventually I did. Another message had come through. Don't turn around. I froze completely. That same line from the store, now following me into my home. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. Then, from behind me, I heard it. That dragging sound again, slow, heavy, just like in the aisle that night. It wasn't footsteps this time. It was something else, something being pulled. I stayed absolutely still. I wanted to turn. Every instinct told me to, but that voice echoed in my head louder than ever. Don't turn around. The air went cold again. My skin prickled. I could feel it behind me, not just presence, but pressure, like the space in the room was being taken up by something massive and silent. The dragging stopped, and then I heard it breathing, shallow, slow, right by my ear. I closed my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually the feeling faded, the cold lifted. When I finally opened my eyes, the sun was rising. My phone was still on the floor, the screen cracked. No new messages, no missed calls. I was alone again. The next day, I left town. Packed what I could, ditched the rest. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, just drove for hours until I found a motel far enough from everything. Somewhere anonymous, somewhere quiet. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I know I can't go back. Whatever is in that store isn't staying there. And now that I've seen it, really seen it, it's not letting go. I didn't believe in ghosts before all this, or hauntings, or any of that late-night horror movie stuff. I was just a guy working nights to pay off student loans, half asleep behind a register most of the time. I didn't ask for any of this, but it happened. And when something like that happens, something that defies everything you thought you understood, you're left with two choices: run from it or face it head on. I tried running. That much was obvious. I left town. I disappeared. I stayed in that motel 3 towns over for nearly a week, pretending the world didn't exist. And for a little while, I almost convinced myself it had worked, that whatever had followed me from the grocery store had finally let me go. But denial only lasts so long. On the 6th night, the motel lights flickered, just once, just enough to make me stop chewing the microwave sandwich in my hand. Then the TV turned on by itself, black and white static, filling the screen, no sound, just static. And that cold came back, that deep, crawling chill, like a draft slipping under the skin. I didn't need more signs. I knew it hadn't ended. I hadn't escaped. So I went back. It sounds stupid, I know, but something inside me snapped that night. I couldn't live like that, looking over my shoulder, waiting for it to show up again. If it was going to take me, fine. But I'd look it in the face this time. I drove straight to the grocery store. It was just after 2 in the morning when I parked in the far corner of the lot. Everything was as it always had been, quiet, brightly lit, the neon sign buzzing faintly above the glass doors. I let myself in using the spare key I never turned in. No one had changed the locks, probably never noticed I'd left. The store was empty. No music playing, no cart squeaking, just the hum of the lights and the sound of my own footsteps on tile. I made my way to the back office, turned on the monitors. Nothing, just live feeds of the aisles, all empty. I clicked through footage from earlier in the night. Nothing again. No figures. No glitches. For a second, I thought maybe it really was over. Maybe I'd imagined it all. I almost laughed. Then the screen went black. All of them, every feed. For 3-4 seconds there was just darkness. When they returned, I saw myself, sitting at the desk, staring at the monitor wall. And behind me there it was. The figure, taller than any person I'd ever seen, still faceless, still not moving, just standing there. My real body froze. I couldn't turn around, couldn't even breathe. Then I heard the voice. You see it now. It wasn't behind me. It was coming from the speakers above the same intercom system that had first made me question everything. You weren't supposed to look, the voice said. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I had to show you, it said again. They wouldn't see. They never do. And then I understood. This wasn't about me. It never had been. I wasn't special. I was just the first person to notice. The system glitched again, briefly flashing something else on the screen. Not an aisle, not a camera angle. It was a room. An old storeroom I'd never seen before. The walls looked moldy, the shelves covered in thick dust. At first, I thought it was a looped recording until I saw the timestamp. That night, live feed. And in the corner, barely visible under a pile of broken shelving, was a body. I called the police. Not because I expected them to believe me, but because I knew what they'd find now. There was something real behind all of this, something physical, not just a ghost story, not just fear. When they arrived, I met them at the door, told them what I'd seen. They looked at me like I was crazy, but I insisted. One of the officers stayed with me, while the others went into the back. 15 minutes later, I heard one of them call over the radio. They'd found the room, and they'd found what was left of someone inside it. It took 2 days for the coroner to confirm it was the missing employee, the one Eric told me about. His name was Daniel. He'd been dead for years. They couldn't say for sure what happened. There were no obvious injuries, just bones, scattered and hidden, like someone or something wanted them to stay that way. The police launched a full investigation. They cleared out the store, shut it down for a while, asked questions, took statements. I told them what I could, minus the parts no one would believe. I left out the faceless figure. I left out the voice. I just told them I found the footage, and I called it in. They ruled it as an unattended death, probably an accident, maybe a fall, old building, hidden room. It was the neatest conclusion they could come up with. They asked if I wanted counseling. I said yes, because I couldn't pretend this didn't mess me up. I still dream about that store, about walking those aisles with no end. I hear the voice sometimes just before I fall asleep, reminding me that I looked, that I saw, that I was chosen to see. But I also know it's over. The sighting stopped after Daniel was found. No more voices, no more glitches. Eric hasn't seen anything either. He even went back to work. said the place felt different now, lighter, somehow. Like whatever was there had moved on. I think the store was trying to tell us something. Or maybe Daniel was. Maybe whatever force was trapped in there just needed someone to listen, someone to bring it to light. And once it was finally seen, truly seen, it could let go. I've moved on too. Got a new job. Day shifts only. I still avoid grocery stores at night if I can help it, but the fear isn't as sharp anymore. It's something quieter now. Something I carry, but not something that carries me. It happened. It was real. But it's over. And sometimes that's enough. I remember feeling lucky when I found the place. It wasn't huge, nothing fancy, just a simple two-bedroom house on a quiet street with neatly trimmed lawns. It looked normal, like something out of a catalog. That's exactly why I chose it. It felt safe, predictable, and a little boring. After living in the city for nearly 10 years, boring was exactly what I needed. The day I moved in, I unloaded boxes from my rented truck, waving politely at the neighbors as they peered curiously through their windows. A few came out to introduce themselves. First was Linda from across the street, a middle-aged woman with an overly eager smile. She brought cookies wrapped in cellophane. Behind her stood John and Carol, an older couple who greeted me warmly but stared a little too intently, asking questions that felt overly personal for a first meeting. "How long do you plan on staying?" Carol asked casually, glancing past me into the house. "Not sure yet," I replied. "Depends how the job goes." "Well," John chimed in, his eyes fixed on mine, "you'll find we're very welcoming here. Everyone watches out for each other." The phrase seemed harmless at the time, just neighborly kindness, so I thanked them politely and went back to unpacking. The first 2 weeks went smoothly enough. I spent most evenings arranging furniture, putting books on shelves, and occasionally watching the quiet street from my living room window. Everything was peaceful, exactly as I'd hoped. Yet even in those early days, there was something odd about my neighbors' constant presence. They were always outside, watering their lawns, sweeping porches, or just standing in their driveways. Whenever I looked out, someone always seemed to be looking back at me. One night, about 3 weeks after moving in, I returned from work late, exhausted and ready for bed. I noticed immediately that my front door wasn't closed completely. It sat slightly open, the latch catching but not fully engaged. My stomach tightened. I was sure I'd locked it when I left. I hesitated before pushing it open slowly. Inside, everything looked untouched. The television, laptop, and other valuables remained exactly where I'd left them. Still, something felt off. I checked each room carefully, but nothing had moved. Eventually, I convinced myself I must have simply forgotten to shut the door properly. The next morning, Linda came over with coffee and muffins. I hadn't invited her, but she seemed friendly enough, so I let her in. "I saw your door was open last night," she said casually, taking a seat at the kitchen table without waiting for an invitation. "We were worried about you." "We?" I asked. trying to keep my tone neutral. "Oh, everyone," she replied lightly, sipping her coffee. "We all keep an eye out around here." I nodded slowly, unsure whether to feel grateful or uneasy. After Linda left, I made a point of double-checking all my doors and windows. Still, each time I glanced out the window, someone across the street or next door seemed to be watching. It was subtle, nothing obvious, but unmistakable once I noticed it. Over the next few days, things intensified slightly. I'd find random objects left at my doorstep: an old book, a freshly baked loaf of bread, once even a pair of gloves neatly folded by my welcome mat. Each gift had no note, no explanation. I knew they were from my neighbors, but nobody ever mentioned it. Then came the evening John and Carol invited me over for dinner. I didn't want to go, but it felt rude to decline. Inside their house, I was struck immediately by the thick curtains drawn tight over every window, shutting out any glimpse of the outside. The furniture was perfectly neat, not a single item out of place. Dinner conversation felt rehearsed. John and Carol asked about my family, my work, even my health habits. Every question was polite, yet strangely invasive, like they were building a profile rather than making small talk. "How's your sleep?" Carol asked at one point, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Fine, I guess," I said, uncomfortable. "Why?" "Oh, nothing," she replied quickly, exchanging a glance with John. "It's just, new surroundings can be unsettling. If you need anything to help you relax, just let us know." I left that evening feeling disturbed without understanding why. Back home, I triple-checked all doors and windows before trying to sleep. But rest didn't come easily, and when it did, my dreams were strange, filled with shadowy figures standing silently at the edge of my yard. The days that followed only deepened my sense of unease. I'd see neighbors gathering in driveways, whispering amongst themselves. Conversations seemed to stop abruptly whenever I walked past. They were always friendly, overly so, but their friendliness carried an edge, like forced politeness masking something else. One evening, a few days later, I was pulling into my driveway when I saw a police car parked outside Linda's house. Curious, I approached as an officer stood talking with her on the porch. "Everything all right?" I asked, keeping my tone casual. Linda smiled quickly. "Oh, it's nothing important, just routine." The officer glanced at me briefly, his face unreadable. "You're new here?" "Moved in a month ago," I replied, feeling suddenly defensive under his gaze. He nodded slowly, jotting something down. "Notice anything unusual lately?" I hesitated, glancing at Linda, whose smile felt tighter now, more forced. I thought about mentioning the open door, the strange gifts, the feeling of always being watched. But something held me back. Maybe it was the way Linda's smile seemed frozen, or how the officer studied me so carefully. "No," I finally lied. "Nothing unusual." "Good," the officer said, pocketing his notebook. "You take care now." He returned to his car, and Linda turned toward me. Her expression softened slightly, but her eyes remained wary. "Glad you're settling in," she said lightly before disappearing into her house. As I walked back home, the street felt unnaturally quiet, It was as if the neighbors had collectively withdrawn behind their curtains, leaving me alone under the pale glow of streetlights. I glanced at my front door, checking again that it was locked. Something had changed tonight. My unease was no longer vague or dismissible. I realized, as I stepped inside and bolted the door behind me, that this neighborhood wasn't what it seemed. My neighbors weren't just overly friendly. They were keeping secrets, secrets they were determined to hide. And I had no idea yet just how dangerous those secrets were. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual, still feeling uneasy about the night before. The encounter with the police officer had left me unsettled. I stood in my kitchen, sipping coffee, staring out the window toward the street. It was quiet, as always, perfectly calm, yet the silence felt heavier today, as though the entire neighborhood was holding its breath. As I stood there, I noticed Linda walking slowly along the sidewalk. She paused near my driveway, glancing toward my house, then quickly moved on when she saw me watching. It struck me again how strange it was that everyone here always seemed to be outside, yet nobody ever seemed to leave for work or errands. I'd never seen cars pull out of driveways or deliveries being made. It felt as though the neighborhood existed entirely within its own boundaries. I decided to go outside, partly to shake off my nerves, partly to see if things would feel more normal in the daylight. As soon as I stepped onto my front porch, John waved enthusiastically from across the street. He walked briskly toward me, his smile thick and friendly. "Good morning," John called cheerfully. "Sleep all right?" "I did, thanks." I lied, trying to sound casual. "You?" "Oh, I always sleep well," he said, giving a short laugh. "Been here so long, I guess I'm just used to it." He paused, looking around as if to check if anyone else was watching, then stepped slightly closer, his voice lowered to an oddly conspiratorial tone. "You talked to the police last night," he said quietly, watching me carefully. "What did they say?" "Nothing really," I answered cautiously, unsure why he'd ask. "They were just checking in." "Good, good," John replied, but his eyes seemed relieved rather than interested. "They like to keep an eye on things here. It's part of what makes the neighborhood so safe." There was something about the way he emphasized safe that bothered me. Before I could respond, John stepped back, returning instantly to his friendly persona. "Anyway, I'll let you get on with your day," he said warmly. "Come by any time you want." He walked off, leaving me confused and more uncomfortable than before. I felt like I was missing something obvious, something everyone else in the neighborhood knew except me. Determined to clear my head, I drove into town later that day, stopping at a small diner near the main street. The waitress, a woman named Angie, brought coffee and took my order. As she poured a refill, she glanced curiously at me. "You're new around here, right?" she asked. "Haven't seen you before." "Yeah," I replied, grateful for normal conversation. "Moved into a house on Meadow Street a few weeks ago." She paused briefly, almost imperceptibly, before nodding. "That's a quiet neighborhood," she said, though her tone seemed to suggest something else. "Nice folks there." "Very friendly," I agreed, watching her expression carefully. "Maybe a little too friendly." Angie glanced around nervously, then leaned slightly closer. "They're all a bit odd," she whispered carefully. "Don't get me wrong, they're polite and everything, just private. They don't talk much to outsiders, keep to themselves." I felt a chill run through me. "Have there been any problems out there before?" She shrugged slightly, looking hesitant to answer. "Nothing the cops ever found," she said finally. "Just rumors. People who lived there before usually left pretty quick." Before I could press for more details, another customer called for her attention. Angie gave me an apologetic glance and walked off, leaving me more concerned than ever. Back home that evening, I parked my car in the driveway, noticing immediately how quiet the street was again. Several neighbors stood on their porches or near their windows, clearly observing me. I quickly entered my house, locking the door behind me. As I set my keys down, I noticed a small envelope sitting on my coffee table. My heart skipped. It definitely wasn't mine. I had never seen it before. Cautiously, I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a short, handwritten note. "You should join us. We look out for each other." No signature, no explanation. I stood frozen, staring at the note, feeling like the walls around me were closing in. My pulse quickened. Someone had been inside again, silently making their presence known. I immediately checked the doors and windows again, all still locked, but clearly locks meant nothing here. Panicked, I called the police, my voice shaky as I described finding the note and someone being in my house. They assured me they'd send an officer immediately. Within 15 minutes, the same officer from the night before arrived at my door, expression neutral as he entered. I showed him the note, explaining how it wasn't mine, that someone must have come inside. He glanced at the note briefly, then back at me. "You're certain it isn't yours?" he asked, sounding skeptical. "Yes," I insisted, frustration creeping into my voice. "Someone else wrote it. They got into my house." The officer walked slowly through each room, checking doors, windows, and locks. After a brief inspection, he returned, shaking his head slightly. "No signs of forced entry," he said calmly. "Are you sure you didn't leave a window unlocked?" I stared at him incredulously. "I'm positive. Someone got in here." He looked at me carefully, his expression unreadable. "Listen, maybe it's just some neighborhood prank. They're good folks around here, friendly types, might just be messing with you, trying to welcome you." "You really believe that?" I asked, frustrated. The officer hesitated, clearly choosing his words carefully. "I'm just saying, I wouldn't read too much into it. Neighborhood like this, they're always watching out for each other. They're not criminals." His reassurance felt hollow, almost rehearsed. He handed me back the note. "Call us again if something serious happens," he said firmly, then left without another word. After he drove away, I stood alone in my living room, overwhelmed by paranoia. The neighbors were still outside, casually observing my house as the sun set. Their friendliness felt sinister now. Every smile, every wave, seemed calculated. Was the police officer in on it too, protecting whatever secret they were hiding? That night, Unable to sleep, I sat up listening to every creak, every sound from outside. Around midnight, my phone buzzed a text from an unknown number. "Hope you feel safe tonight." The message sent chills down my spine. I looked outside again. The street was dark, but I could feel eyes watching my window. This wasn't friendly neighborhood behavior. I was being monitored, toyed with, and clearly warned. As I sat awake in the darkness, my mind raced. Moving here had been a terrible mistake, but it was too late to just pack up and leave quietly. They were already too involved, too aware. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't my friendship or community spirit. It was something else entirely. And I realized with growing dread that my arrival in this quiet neighborhood had been no accident at all. The next morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. The night had dragged on endlessly, every creak of the house, every rustle outside making my heart race. When the sun finally rose, I stood at my kitchen window, staring blankly at the street. I knew the neighbors would be out there soon, smiling and waving as if nothing had happened. Around 8 o'clock, Linda appeared again, casually watering flowers near her mailbox. She glanced toward my window several times, clearly aware I was watching. I decided I'd had enough of the games, the silent threats, and the anonymous notes. If these people had something to say, I wanted them to say it directly. I stepped outside, forcing myself to look calm despite the anxiety gripping my chest. Linda smiled immediately, putting down her watering can and walking over to meet me halfway across the lawn. "Beautiful morning," she said lightly. "Did you sleep well?" Her casual small talk was infuriating, but I swallowed my irritation and kept my voice steady. "Someone left me a note last night," I said plainly, watching her carefully for any reaction. "Inside my house." Linda's face registered surprise, but just for a split second before it returned to a practiced calmness. "A note? That's strange. What did it say?" "You should join us," I quoted flatly. Something about looking out for each other. Linda's expression softened slightly. "Oh, that's nothing to worry about," she said reassuringly, but I could sense an edge beneath her calm tone. "Everyone here is very close. We like new neighbors to feel welcome." "Welcome enough to let yourselves into my house?" I asked sharply, unable to hide my anger now. "I never gave anyone a key. How did someone get in?" Linda's smile faded slightly, her eyes suddenly guarded. "Maybe you left a window unlocked," she suggested, repeating the exact phrase the police officer had used the previous night. "I'm sure nobody meant to upset you." I stared at her in disbelief, understanding now that I wouldn't get a straight answer. I nodded slowly, backing away. "Well, it stops now. If someone enters my house again, I'm calling the police, and I'll keep calling until they do something about it." Linda's eyes flashed briefly with something I couldn't identify, frustration maybe, or anger, but she quickly regained control. "No need for that," she said firmly, stepping back toward her own property. "I'll talk to the others. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding." As she walked away, I felt even more unsettled. Linda's reaction had been too controlled, too careful. I wasn't reassured. If anything, I was more certain now that the neighbors were hiding something serious. Unable to focus on anything else, I got into my car and drove back into town, heading straight for the police station. I needed answers, and I wasn't getting them from my neighbors or from the officer who dismissed my concerns. At the station, I asked to speak to someone about the break-in. A detective named Harris came out to meet me, an older man with sharp eyes and a direct manner. We sat down in a small office, and I explained everything carefully. The unlocked door, the note, the strange conversations with neighbors, and the texts I'd received. Detective Harris listened carefully, jotting notes occasionally. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and looked at me thoughtfully. "You're talking about the Meadow Street neighborhood, correct?" he asked. "Yes," I replied cautiously, sensing his hesitation. "Is something going on there?" He paused briefly, clearly deciding how much to share. "We've had a few reports from Meadow Street over the years," he said finally. "Mostly minor things, people feeling watched, strange visitors, notes like the one you described, but nothing we've been able to verify as criminal." "Minor?" I asked incredulously. "Someone broke into my house. They left threatening notes. That doesn't seem minor to me." Harris nodded slowly, sympathetic but cautious. "I understand your concern. Believe me, I do. But we've checked things out there multiple times. Never found any evidence of forced entry, stalking, or anything criminal." I felt desperation rising. "What about the neighbors themselves? Do you know anything about them?" He hesitated again, clearly choosing his words carefully. "They're unusual, maybe, close-knit, don't talk much to outsiders, but they've lived there a long time. Good reputations, steady jobs. On paper, they're normal people." "But you don't think they're normal, do you?" I pressed him. "Off the record?" Harris sighed, glancing toward the door briefly before lowering his voice. "Off the record, something about Meadow Street has always felt off. Too quiet, too isolated. But we've never been able to prove anything. If you really feel unsafe, the best I can suggest is moving somewhere else." I left the station feeling more helpless than before. If even the police thought the best solution was simply leaving, I knew my situation was serious. But part of me refused to accept that option. I hadn't done anything wrong. Why should I be the one to leave? Back at home, I spent hours researching Meadow Street online, looking for any mention of past incidents. There wasn't much, just occasional vague mentions of residents leaving suddenly, selling their houses quickly without explanations. Nothing clearly criminal. But there was enough to convince me that my experience wasn't unique. I spent the evening reinforcing every lock, double-checking every window. As darkness settled, I felt increasingly isolated. Outside, the neighbors moved quietly in and out of their houses, curtains always drawn, lights dimmed. They appeared so normal yet felt impossibly sinister. Just after midnight, as I was about to head to bed, my phone buzzed again. My heart raced as I saw another unknown number. The message was short. "You're making this harder than it needs to be." I stared at the screen, dread settling deep into my stomach. Before I could even process it, there was a sharp knock on my door. My body went cold. Slowly, I approached the door, peering cautiously through the peephole. It was John, standing casually on my porch, smiling politely as if it was perfectly normal to knock at midnight. I considered ignoring him, but something made me open the door just slightly. "It's late," I said firmly, leaving the chain latched. John smiled apologetically. "I know, and I'm sorry. But we saw you went to the police again today. We really want to help you understand." "Understand what?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "We protect our own here. You're new, so you don't realize it yet, but you're already part of our community. You belong here." His words felt rehearsed, deliberate. I shook my head. "I don't want to be part of whatever you're doing. Leave me alone." John's eyes hardened slightly, his friendly expression faltering. "It's too late for that," he said softly. "You're involved now, whether you like it or not." He stepped back slowly, turning and disappearing into the darkness. I closed the door, trembling. John's words echoed in my head, unsettling and final. This was no longer just neighbors being intrusive or overly friendly. They were involved in something serious, something secretive, and now they expected me to join them. I realized, standing alone in my locked house, that whatever I'd stumbled into wasn't going to stop. They were determined to draw me in, one way or another. I had to find out exactly what was happening here before it was too late. The next morning I didn't even pretend things were normal. Sleep had been impossible after John's visit, and when daylight finally crept in, I felt exhausted and on edge. I paced around the house for an hour, replaying his words in my mind. The calm certainty in his voice, the quiet threat behind his polite smile. It felt as if the walls of my house had closed in overnight. I showered quickly, dressed, and stepped out onto the porch. My eyes immediately scanned the street. It seemed quiet enough, though Linda's curtains shifted slightly, revealing that someone was watching from across the street. A chill ran down my spine, but I pretended not to notice and headed straight to my car. Driving away felt momentarily freeing, and I headed back into town. My first stop was a hardware store, where I bought new locks and security cameras. I knew it might not solve everything, but it felt better to be doing something proactive rather than just waiting for the next incident. Afterward, I decided to return to the diner, hoping Angie might be working. She had seemed uneasy about the neighborhood before. Maybe she knew more than she'd been willing to share the last time. When I entered, the diner was mostly empty. Angie saw me immediately, and something about her expression made it clear she wasn't surprised I'd returned. She gestured discreetly toward a booth near the back, away from other patrons. "You look worse than before," she said quietly, pouring coffee without asking. "Things gotten bad?" I nodded, relieved to speak openly. "My neighbors keep letting themselves into my house. They leave notes, send texts. The police don't seem to take it seriously. I don't know what to do." Angie frowned, leaning closer. "I didn't want to scare you before, but you're not the first to deal with this. Meadow Street has had a reputation for years. Good people move in, then they suddenly change. Some move out quietly without explanation. Others just become different. Different how? I asked carefully, the unease tightening in my chest. She glanced around nervously, lowering her voice further. Like them, quiet, secretive, distant, like they're in on something nobody else can understand. And when outsiders don't cooperate or start asking questions, things happen. My heartbeat quickened. What kind of things? Angie hesitated, clearly reluctant to say more. There was a woman named Anna about 3 years ago, she finally admitted. Moved in alone, same as you. Seemed nice. Then she started telling people about neighbors sneaking in, strange conversations, feeling threatened. The cops checked it out but didn't find anything. Then what? I pressed urgently. She looked away, troubled. One day, she just packed her things and left, didn't say goodbye. Left furniture behind, mail piling up. Nobody knows exactly what happened. She just disappeared. Police said she moved away, but she never called anyone, never forwarded mail. Angie paused, shaking her head slowly. They protect each other, whatever they're doing there. The police probably know more than they admit. I've heard rumors some of the cops even have family living in that neighborhood. I sat quietly, absorbing the implications. If the police were involved or protecting the neighbors, where could I possibly turn? Listen, Angie said suddenly, her tone firm. If things get worse, you need to leave. Don't tell anyone you're going. Don't announce it, just get out. Trust me. I nodded slowly, her seriousness driving the urgency deeper. Thanks, I said softly. I'll keep it in mind. Leaving the diner, my anxiety had grown sharper, more focused. I was trapped in something darker than I'd ever imagined. But before considering Angie's advice to flee, I needed evidence, something concrete to show the police, or maybe even someone outside the town altogether. Back at home, I installed the new locks and cameras carefully, placing them around the front and back doors, and one in the hallway facing the main entrance. I tested each carefully, reassured slightly by the blinking red lights indicating they were recording. Yet the comfort was fleeting. Would this even deter my neighbors, or just make them more cautious? As darkness approached again, anxiety built in my chest. I paced around the living room, the new locks and cameras feeling insufficient. Outside, the neighborhood was silent, yet I sensed eyes watching behind thick curtains, patiently waiting. Hours passed slowly until just after 11 o'clock, when my phone lit up. Another unknown number, another message. You're only hurting yourself. Stop fighting us. My blood ran cold. Almost immediately afterward, the motion sensor lights near the back door flashed on. I froze, heart pounding. Quickly pulling up the camera feed on my phone, I watched in horror as a shadowy figure calmly tested the lock at my back door. The camera captured the person clearly. It was John, his face calm, as if he felt perfectly safe entering my property uninvited. I grabbed my phone, dialing the police immediately. This time a different officer answered, sounding bored. Someone's trying to break into my house right now, I said urgently. I have them on camera. Please hurry. We'll send someone out, the officer replied flatly. Stay inside. I stood frozen, watching the video feed as John glanced up at the camera. His eyes were steady, calm, completely unafraid. He smiled slightly, then stepped backward slowly, disappearing into the darkness behind the house. Minutes passed anxiously until headlights finally flashed across my living room window. 2 officers knocked at the door, and I quickly let them in, showing them the recorded footage. "That's John from across the street," I said angrily. "He tried to get in." The officers exchanged a glance, one sighing slightly as he studied the video. "Look, it doesn't show him forcing entry," he explained patiently. "He's just checking the door handle. Without forced entry or threats, there isn't much we can do." My frustration exploded. "What are you talking about? He was trespassing. He's been harassing me for days. He left threatening notes. How is this not serious?" The second officer spoke calmly, but firmly. "We understand you're upset, but legally, this footage alone isn't enough. Have you considered that maybe you misinterpreted his actions?" I stared at him, incredulous. Misinterpreted? He was checking to see if my door was unlocked in the middle of the night. The officers exchanged another look, clearly unwilling to do more. "We'll speak to John," the first officer offered finally. "But unless there's clear evidence of criminal activity, our hands are tied." After they left, I slumped against the wall, despair flooding over me. The police wouldn't help. My neighbors were fearless and determined. Angie's advice echoed in my mind. Maybe leaving quietly was my only option. But just as the thought took hold, my phone buzzed again. Another message, this one brief but chilling. "Leaving won't solve anything. We're everywhere." Fear surged through me again. They knew exactly what I was thinking, as if they'd heard every conversation I'd had today. I scanned the room desperately, paranoia gripping my thoughts. Were they watching even now? The realization sank heavily into my chest. I couldn't leave easily, not if they were already aware of my intentions. I was trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by people who seemed to control every aspect of this neighborhood and possibly even beyond. I sat awake all night, uncertain of my next move, but sure of one thing: I was being watched, controlled, and manipulated by people who weren't just neighbors. They were a community, a secretive group determined to keep their lives hidden, and they would do anything to ensure I became one of them. Or disappeared, just like the others. I spent the next day feeling trapped inside my own home. The sunlight that streamed through the windows felt wrong somehow, as if even daylight belonged to them. I moved quietly through the house, barely making noise, drawn to each window every few minutes to look out at the street. No matter when I checked, someone was always watching. Curtains twitched slightly as I passed by. Neighbors appeared on their porches, pretending to busy themselves with meaningless tasks, all the while casting quick glances toward my house. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion overtook paranoia. I was mentally drained from endless worry and physically weak from lack of sleep. I knew I had to make a decision: soon stay and keep fighting, or risk trying to leave despite their warning. The more I thought about it, the more leaving seemed the only real option left. Staying here meant constantly watching my back, questioning every noise, wondering which neighbor would be waiting for me outside. I quietly started packing essential items into a small duffel bag, trying to appear casual if anyone were watching. I chose clothes, important papers, cash just enough to get away quickly. My heart was pounding the entire time, fear rising as I remembered the last text I'd received. Were they watching me pack? Did they already know my intentions? When dusk began to settle, I stood near the window one last time, scanning the street carefully. The neighbors were all inside now, lights on behind thick curtains. Taking a deep breath, I moved quickly to the back door, gripping my bag tightly. I planned to exit through the rear of the property, slipping quietly past the houses behind mine, hoping to avoid detection. Stepping outside, the cool evening air sent chills down my spine. It was silent now, too silent. Even insects seemed absent from the backyard. I moved quietly toward the rear fence, glancing constantly over my shoulder. When I reached the gate, my hand shook as I lifted the latch. But the moment I pushed the gate open, headlights suddenly flooded the yard, blinding me. A vehicle had quietly parked behind my house, blocking my intended escape. My stomach dropped as John stepped out of the driver's side, walking slowly toward me. Carol sat calmly in the passenger seat, watching. "Going somewhere?" John asked calmly, stopping a few feet away, his tone casual as if we'd just run into each other at the grocery store. "What are you doing here?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite trying to sound angry. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" He smiled almost sadly. "We told you. You're part of us now. You can't just walk away." "Part of what?" I shouted, fear making my voice louder. "I never agreed to anything. I don't even know what you people are doing here." "You're asking the wrong questions," John said quietly, stepping closer. "The only thing you need to know is we look after our own. It's safer for everyone." I glanced around desperately, realizing now that my neighbors had quietly appeared, standing silently in their backyards, forming an almost invisible circle around us. They watched without expression, unmoving, waiting for something. "I'm not going with you," I said firmly, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Whatever this is, I don't want any part of it." "You already are," Carol said gently from the car, her voice soft but authoritative. "Once you're here, you're with us. No one just leaves." John stepped closer, his expression turning stern. "We hoped you'd understand, that you'd come around willingly. You're making this harder than it needs to be." Fear surged through me, adrenaline pumping through my veins. Without thinking clearly, I bolted sideways, sprinting toward the other side of the yard. John reacted instantly, calling my name sharply, but I didn't look back. I ran desperately, leaping over a low hedge, pushing past branches that tore at my clothes and skin. I stumbled onto the next street, gasping, and kept running. I didn't stop until I reached the main road leading out of the neighborhood. My lungs burned, legs trembling, but I forced myself onward. Reaching the edge of town, I finally slowed, catching my breath, feeling slightly safer on this more public, well-lit street. Unsure where else to go, I decided to head back to the diner, hoping Angie was still there. It felt like my only safe option now. When I pushed through the diner's door, she looked up immediately, surprise and concern on her face. "You okay?" she asked, hurrying toward me. "What happened?" "They blocked me from leaving," I said breathlessly, looking around nervously. I tried to escape out the back, but John and Carol stopped me. "Everyone in that neighborhood is watching me. They said I can't leave." Angie's eyes widened with real fear. "Come with me," she said quickly, leading me into the kitchen area where we could speak privately. "Listen, this isn't something you can fight alone. They have connections all over this town, police, businesses, even city officials. That's why nothing ever changes. Anyone who speaks up gets intimidated into silence or disappears." "How is this even possible?" I asked desperately. "Why hasn't anyone ever done something about it?" "They have," Angie said firmly. "People try, but it's always the same. If you start trouble, they push you out, or worse. You have to leave town tonight. Don't stop. Don't talk to anyone. Just drive somewhere far away and start over." My hands shook as reality sank in. "You really think they'd follow me?" "Yes," Angie said quietly, her voice firm. "You can't underestimate these people. They'll do anything to protect their secrets." Angie quickly scribbled directions onto a napkin. "Follow this route. It's a back road out of town through the old logging trails. It won't be easy, but they won't expect it." I took the directions, thanked Angie sincerely, and quickly left through the diner's back entrance. Minutes later, I was behind the wheel, driving cautiously toward the route Angie had given me. The road turned to gravel and then narrowed, becoming barely a trail through dense trees. Darkness closed around me, headlights cutting weakly through the shadows. Every sound, every branch that brushed the side of my car startled me, but I kept going. If Angie was right, this was my best chance. After an hour driving through darkness, I emerged onto another paved road I didn't recognize, miles away from town. Relief washed over me momentarily, though paranoia still gripped me tightly. I stopped briefly to check the map. Just as I opened it, headlights appeared behind me, approaching quickly. Panic shot through me again. I sped up, praying it wasn't them, hoping it was just another car. But the lights closed the distance rapidly, forcing me to accelerate dangerously on the unfamiliar road. As I navigated a tight curve, my car hit gravel and began sliding uncontrollably. The next moments felt surreal. I heard the crunch of metal and breaking glass as the car slid off the shoulder, hitting a tree with sudden force. Everything went black briefly, disorienting me as I fought to remain conscious. Moments later, blurry shapes appeared in my vision, figures walking slowly toward my wrecked car. My heart sank as John's familiar voice reached my ears. "We told you," he said quietly, approaching slowly. "You can't run from us." As I struggled to remain conscious, he opened the car door calmly, his face showing no emotion. I felt hands carefully pulling me from the wreckage. My vision blurred further, and the last thing I saw clearly were neighbors' faces, quietly surrounding me, expressionless, silent, as darkness finally overtook me. When I opened my eyes again, everything felt blurry, my head throbbing with pain. The room slowly came into focus. I was lying on a bed, surrounded by plain walls painted in a neutral shade of beige. I tried to sit up, but sharp pain surged through my side, forcing me back down. My memory came rushing back. The chase, the accident, John and the neighbors standing silently around me. I glanced around, panic gripping my chest. Sunlight filtered weakly through closed blinds, giving little indication of where I was or how much time had passed. Carefully, I pushed myself upright again, ignoring the pain, and swung my legs over the side of the bed. My ribs felt bruised, my muscles stiff. I moved toward the door, half expecting it to be locked. To my surprise, the handle turned easily, revealing a quiet, dimly lit hallway beyond. As I stepped out cautiously, voices drifted toward me from downstairs. They sounded calm, conversational, ordinary. It felt surreal. I moved quietly to the staircase, gripping the railing to steady myself, listening closely as the conversation became clearer. "He'll understand eventually," a voice said softly. I recognized it immediately, Linda's gentle tone. "He needs time," John replied. "They always do, but eventually, they all see it's for the best." It was the price that hooked me. $60 a night for a private guest house in a quiet little town. No way I was passing that up. I scrolled through the listing again as my GPS guided me up the winding mountain roads. The pictures showed a small but charming guest house tucked behind a larger home, surrounded by tall pines. The reviews were all glowing. Cozy, private, perfect for a weekend escape, just what I needed. The past month had been a messwork stress, a breakup, and the constant feeling of burnout. I wanted somewhere quiet to clear my head, and this seemed like the perfect spot. I pulled into the gravel driveway just as the sun was setting. The main house was older, a rustic two-story cabin with a wraparound porch. The guest house sat just behind it, smaller but well kept, with warm light glowing from the windows. Before I even turned off my engine, the host was already outside. "Hey there, you must be Mia." A man in his 50s waved enthusiastically from the porch. He was tall and lanky, with a salt and pepper beard and a flannel shirt that looked like it had seen better days. His name was Ray, according to the listing. I gave a small wave back. "Yep, that's me." He hurried down the steps and over to my car before I even had a chance to get out. A little too eager, but maybe he was just one of those overly friendly small-town types. "Long drive?" he asked, grinning as I stepped out. "About 3 hours," I said, stretching my legs. "Well, I'm real glad you made it," he said. "Been looking forward to having a guest again. It's been a while." That struck me as odd. The listing had recent reviews, didn't it? But I didn't think much of it. Ray grabbed my suitcase before I could protest. "Let me help you with that. Got the place all cleaned up for you, fresh sheets, stocked fridge, whole deal." "Thanks," I said hesitantly. I followed him up the short path to the guest house. The porch light flickered slightly as he unlocked the door and pushed it open. "Here we are," he said, stepping aside. The inside was cute, small but clean, with a couch, a little kitchenette, and a bedroom off to the side. It smelled faintly of pine and something else I couldn't quite place. Not bad, just unfamiliar. The bathroom's through there, Ray pointed. Got extra towels under the sink. If you need anything, I'm just next door. Great, thanks. He lingered in the doorway for a second too long, like he was waiting for something. I forced a polite smile. Well, I'm pretty tired from the drive, so... Oh, right, of course, he said quickly. I'll let you get settled. He stepped back onto the porch, but hesitated again. One last thing, he said. Cell service is spotty up here, but the landline in the kitchen works fine if you need it. And, just make sure you keep the doors locked at night. I frowned. Why? Ray chuckled. Oh, nothing to worry about. Just, small town. Better safe than sorry. With that, he gave a little wave and disappeared into the night. I shut the door and locked it. That first night was uneventful. I made myself a quick dinner, watched some Netflix on my laptop, and fell asleep fast. The next morning I woke up feeling more rested than I had in weeks. The sun was streaming through the curtains, and birds chirped outside. I took my time getting ready, enjoying the rare feeling of having nowhere to be. After a late breakfast, I decided to take a walk around town. It was small, just a handful of shops, a gas station, and a diner. I grabbed a coffee and wandered around, chatting briefly with a few locals. When I mentioned where I was staying, though, I got some weird looks. Ray's place? The barista asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I said. The guest house behind his cabin. She hesitated. Didn't know he was still renting that out. What do you mean? She just shrugged. Thought he stopped after his wife passed. I didn't know what to say to that. The listing hadn't mentioned anything about his wife. Well, I said, forcing a smile, he seems nice enough. She just nodded slowly. I brushed it off. Small towns were always full of gossip. That night, things started feeling off. It was little things at first. When I went to brush my teeth, I noticed faint fingerprints on the bathroom mirror. I didn't remember touching it. My shampoo bottle felt lighter, like it had been used. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe I had touched the mirror without thinking. Maybe I had used more shampoo than I realized. But then I saw the closet door. I knew I had closed it when I unpacked. I was sure of it. But now, it was open just a crack. I stood frozen for a few seconds, staring at the dark sliver of space beyond the door. Slowly, I reached out and pulled it open. Nothing, just my suitcase, exactly where I left it. I let out a breath and laughed a little at myself. You're being paranoid. Still, I double-checked the front door. Locked. I even slid a chair in front of it just to be sure. I went to bed, telling myself I was overthinking. At around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a sound. A faint click. I held my breath. The room was pitch dark, my ears strained, waiting. Click. It was coming from the kitchen. I sat up slowly, heart pounding. Then the floor creaked. I wasn't alone. I didn't move. My body was locked in place, every muscle tensed as I strained to listen. Click. Another sound, closer this time. It wasn't loud, but in the dead silence of the room, it felt deafening. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers fumbling. I pressed the side button. Nothing. The screen stayed black. Did my phone die? I swore I had charged it before bed. A shadow passed over the crack of light under the bedroom door. I sucked in a breath, my pulse hammering in my ears. Someone was in the guest house. For a split second, I thought about calling out. Maybe it was Ray checking in on something. But why the hell would he be in here at 2 in the morning? I gripped the blanket and slid out of bed as quietly as I could, pressing my feet to the cold floor. I moved slowly, inching toward the closet. If I needed to hide, that was my best bet. Then the kitchen floor creaked again. I swallowed hard. The door had been locked. I knew it had. I moved faster, slipping into the closet and pulling the door shut just as another soft click came from the other side of the bedroom door. The doorknob. Someone was testing it. I pressed myself against the back wall, breathing shallow. My fingers shook as I covered my mouth, trying not to make a sound. The door didn't open. Instead, there was a long pause. Then, slow, deliberate footsteps moving away. I stayed in the closet for what felt like hours, my heartbeat rattling in my skull. I couldn't hear anything anymore. Whoever was out there had gone silent. Or they were waiting. I needed to do something. Carefully, I reached for my phone again. Nothing. I cursed internally. I had no idea if the landline Ray mentioned actually worked, but it was my only option. I took a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. Then I threw the closet door open and sprinted. I nearly tripped in the dark, fumbling through the bedroom and into the living area. My fingers found the light switch, and the room flooded with yellow light. The kitchen was empty. The front door was still locked. The chair I had pushed against it hadn't moved. I stood there, panting, my mind scrambling to make sense of it. Did I imagine the whole thing? The doorknob had moved. The floor had creaked. Someone had been here. But the door was still locked. I hesitated for only a second before snatching the landline off the counter and dialing 911. Nothing. Not even a dial tone. I slammed the phone down. My hands were shaking. I needed to get out of here. I grabbed my car keys from the table, bolted to the door, and yanked it open, only to find Ray standing on the porch. I stumbled back, a sharp yelp escaping my throat. "Whoa there," he said, hands raised. "Didn't mean to scare you." I pressed a hand to my chest, trying to slow my breathing. What are you doing here?" Ray furrowed his brow, heard a noise, thought I'd check in, make sure everything's all right. I stared at him. His face was calm, but something about his presence made my skin crawl. I glanced past him. His house was dark, no porch light, no movement. "How'd you hear anything from over there?" I asked, my voice hoarse. His lips twitched just for a second, then he shrugged. "Thin walls." My stomach turned. I gripped my keys tighter. Someone was in here. Ray blinked. What? I heard someone in here, I said, my voice rising. The door. Someone was trying to open my bedroom door. His expression didn't change. Door's locked though, ain't it? That's not the point, I snapped. I know what I heard. Ray exhaled slowly and rubbed the back of his neck. Mia, it's late. You sure you weren't dreaming? I clenched my jaw. I knew what I heard. But he was looking at me the way people look at someone who's overreacting. And in that moment, standing there barefoot in my pajamas, hands shaking, I realized how I looked. I swallowed hard. Ray sighed. Listen, I'll check around, but there ain't nobody out here but us. I didn't believe him, not for a second. But what was I supposed to do? Drive away in the middle of the night with nowhere to go? I exhaled sharply, forcing my voice to stay level. Fine. Ray studied me for a second, then nodded. Try to get some sleep, all right. I didn't respond. He stepped off the porch, disappearing into the dark. I shut the door and locked it again, then grabbed a chair from the kitchen and wedged it under the doorknob. Sleep was out of the question. Morning came slowly. I spent the night sitting on the couch, every sound making my nerves jump. By the time the sun crept through the windows, I had already packed my bag. I was leaving. I didn't care if I had another night booked. I'd drive home, sleep in my own bed, and pretend this nightmare never happened. I grabbed my phone, hoping maybe the battery had just been drained, but when I pressed the button, the screen stayed black. Dead. I knew I had charged it. I zipped my bag and slung it over my shoulder. The second I stepped outside, I felt something was wrong. Ray wasn't on his porch. His truck was still in the driveway, but the house was eerily still. I ignored the uneasy feeling in my gut and walked straight to my car, pressing the key fob. Nothing happened. I frowned and tried again. Still nothing. Panic clawed at my chest. I rushed forward and yanked the driver's side door open. When I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtered but didn't start. Number. No. I popped the hood and got out, pretending I had a clue what I was doing. Then I saw it. The battery cables had been cut. A cold wave of fear crashed over me. I stumbled back from the car, my breath quickening. A soft creak made me freeze. I turned slowly. Ray was standing on his porch watching me. He smiled. I didn't move. Ray stood on his porch, arms crossed, watching me. His smile was small, barely there, but something about it made my stomach twist. He knew. He knew my car wasn't starting. I forced myself to breathe, steadying my voice. My car won't start. Ray nodded slowly. That right? I swallowed hard. Yeah. Could be the cold, he said, or maybe something else. I clenched my hands into fists. Looks like the battery cables were cut. His expression didn't change. Didn't even flinch. My heart pounded. I can take a look for you, he finally said, stepping off the porch. I stepped back. No, I got it. His eyes flickered to my hand shaking, useless. You sure? I forced a nod. I'll call for help. I knew the landline didn't work, but I had to say something. Ray let out a small chuckle, shaking his head like I had just said something funny. Reception's pretty spotty out here, he said. Might take a while. I fought the urge to run. Instead, I forced a casual shrug, trying to keep my voice steady. Yeah, well, I'll figure it out. He watched me for a second longer, then nodded. All right then. Then, just like that, he turned and walked back inside his house. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, waiting to see if he'd come back out. He didn't. I exhaled shakily and rushed back inside the guest house, locking the door behind me. I had to get out of here. I paced the small living room, trying to think. My phone was dead. The landline was useless. My car wasn't going anywhere. I could run. But run where? The town was miles away, and the roads were surrounded by thick woods. If Ray wanted to find me, he would. I peeked through the blinds toward his house. No movement. Maybe he was just messing with me. Maybe he wanted me to feel scared, like some kind of sick game. Or maybe he wasn't working alone. The thought made my blood run cold. I had to check something. I grabbed my laptop from my bag and opened the Airbnb app. I clicked on the reservation to message someone about what was happening. But the listing was gone. I stared at the screen. No results found. That wasn't possible. I clicked back to my messages, scrolling through my past conversations with Ray. They were gone too. It was like the listing had never existed. My hands shook as I typed out a message to Airbnb support. My reservation disappeared. I think something is wrong. I hit send. An error popped up. No internet connection. I slammed the laptop shut, my pulse racing. This wasn't just paranoia. This wasn't me being dramatic. This was real. I forced myself to think. Ray didn't know about my laptop. He had no idea I had seen the listing disappear. As far as he knew, I was just another clueless guest. Maybe I could use that. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. If I wanted to get out of here alive, I had to act normal. I had to make him think I believed him. A few hours passed. I stayed inside, trying to keep myself from panicking. Around noon, there was a knock at the door. I jumped. Ray's voice came through the wood. Mia? I wiped my hands on my jeans, took a deep breath, and opened the door. He smiled. Thought you might be hungry. He held up a plate, eggs, toast, bacon, a normal, friendly gesture. I forced a smile. Thanks. He handed it to me. Figured you'd be staying a little longer, with your car and all. I nodded, keeping my face neutral. Yeah, I guess so. Good, he said. I don't get much company these days. I swallowed hard. I appreciate the hospitality. His smile widened. I shut the door and locked it again, my stomach churning. I wasn't touching the food. By the time the sun started setting, I had a plan. I was going to leave, even if it meant walking through the woods all night. I packed my bag as quietly as I could, stuffing everything inside. Then I waited. Waited for the lights in Ray's house to go out. Waited for him to think I was asleep. By midnight, the house was dark. I slung my bag over my shoulder, slipped on my shoes, and took one last breath. Then I unlatched the window and climbed out. The cold air hit me instantly. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes as I crouched low, creeping toward the tree line. I didn't look at Ray's house. Didn't even glance. I just moved. My heart pounded as I reached the edge of the woods. If I could make it far enough, I could find a road, a car, something. Then I heard it. A whistle. Long, slow, deliberate. My blood turned to ice. It was coming from the porch. I turned my head slowly, my breath caught in my throat. Ray was sitting in a rocking chair, watching me, rocking back and forth, smiling. "You weren't going to say goodbye," he called out. My whole body seized. Run. I turned and sprinted into the woods, branches whipping against my arms, my feet stumbling over roots. Behind me, I heard movement. He was following me. I ran faster, lungs burning, heart slamming against my ribs. The darkness was thick, but I didn't stop. Didn't look back. Then lights. Headlights. A car. I burst out of the trees onto the road, waving my arms frantically. The car screeched to a stop. A woman rolled down the window. "Jesus, are you okay?" I could barely breathe. "Please, please help me." Her eyes flicked past me. My stomach dropped. She saw something. I turned. Ray stood at the tree line, still smiling. The woman in the car hesitated. Her hands tightened on the wheel, eyes darting between me and Ray. "Who is that?" she asked. I was out of breath, shaking so badly I could barely speak. "Please just drive. Just get me out of here." Ray didn't move, didn't call out. He just stood there, half hidden in the darkness of the trees, smiling like this was all some kind of joke. The woman didn't need more convincing. She reached over, yanked the passenger door open. "Get in." I dove inside, slamming the door shut. She didn't waste a second. The tires skidded as she peeled away, the headlights swallowing up the dark road. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I pressed myself into the seat, my pulse still jackhammering in my ears. My brain struggled to catch up. I was safe, safer, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. The woman kept glancing at me. "You okay?" I swallowed hard, trying to find my voice. "Yeah, I think so." She didn't look convinced. "Where were you running from?" I took a breath, still rattled. I was staying at this Airbnb. That guy Ray, he was my host. Her fingers tightened on the wheel. "You were at Ray's place?" I blinked at her. "You know him?" She let out a sharp breath, shaking her head. Not personally, but everybody around here knows about him. I waited, my skin crawling. She kept her eyes on the road. His wife went missing a few years back, just disappeared. No body, no note, nothing. I gripped my seatbelt. Jesus. The cops looked into him, but there wasn't any evidence, no proof of foul play. She let out a humorless laugh. Small town, you know how it is. I didn't, but I was starting to understand. I wiped my damp palms against my jeans. The listing disappeared, I said. Like off the app, it was just gone. The woman frowned. You booked it online? Yeah. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, that place hasn't been listed for a long time. A chill crawled up my spine. I turned, staring out the window as the trees blurred past. I had no idea where I had been staying. She dropped me off at the police station. I stumbled inside, still shaking. It was late, the front desk mostly empty except for a tired-looking officer sipping coffee. I must have looked awful messy hair, torn clothes, wild eyes, because as soon as he saw me, he straightened. Miss, you okay? I gripped the counter, my breath still uneven. I need to report something. I told them everything. They listened, asked questions, took notes. I expected them to brush me off. I thought they'd look at me like I was crazy. But when I mentioned Ray, the room got colder. The officer exchanged a look with his partner. You said the listing disappeared? Yeah, I said, and I think, my throat tightened. I think someone was inside while I was sleeping. The officers didn't speak for a long moment. Then one of them sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. We'll send someone out. They let me stay at the station while they checked the property. I sat in one of those awful plastic chairs, my foot bouncing. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head. The sounds, the footsteps, that smile. A couple of hours passed before they came back. Ray was gone. His house was empty. The guest house was exactly as I had left it, except for one thing. In the closet, wedged behind the loose paneling, they found something. A camera. I felt sick. It had been watching me. The officers didn't say much after that. They asked me if I wanted to press charges, but for what? Trespassing? Disturbing the peace? The listing didn't exist. There were no records, no contract, nothing. As far as Airbnb was concerned, I had never even been there. And as for Ray, had vanished. I went home the next day. Didn't sleep, barely ate. I kept expecting to see that smile in my window, hear that slow, deliberate click of a doorknob turning in the dark. But the days passed and nothing happened. No word from the police. No sign of Ray. Eventually I tried to move on. Tried to forget. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder, how many other people booked that Airbnb? And how many never left? I had been driving all night. The kind of shift where the city feels like a different place, quieter, darker, the streets stretching endlessly beneath flickering yellow streetlights. The rides were mostly the same: tired bartenders heading home, couples too drunk to drive, office workers staring dead-eyed at their phones, wishing they were anywhere but in my back seat. By 2:30 a.m., I was ready to be done. Then the last request popped up. No profile picture, no name, just Rider A. The pickup point was on the edge of downtown, near a strip of old buildings slated for demolition. I almost ignored it. The place was mostly abandoned now, businesses closing one by one, the city swallowing the land for new development. But the payout was good, too good. So I accepted. I pulled up to the curb. The street was empty. No bars, no lights, just rows of old storefronts with boarded-up windows. The kind of place you didn't hang around after dark. I checked the app. No messages. I waited. 3 minutes passed. Just as I was about to cancel, the back door opened. The man slid in quickly. I jumped a little. I hadn't even seen him approach. "Hey," I said, forcing a casual tone. "You Rider A?" No response. He was wearing a long black coat, the kind that swallowed his frame. His hands rested in his lap, long fingers too still. A black hat covered most of his face, shadow swallowing his features. Something felt off. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "Where are you headed?" He didn't answer. Then finally, his voice camlow, almost mechanical. "Lincoln Street." Something in my stomach twisted. Lincoln Street was nowhere near here. It was on the other side of the city. An old neighborhood, mostly abandoned now. I had only driven through there once or twice, but I remembered it wasn't a place you went at night. "You sure?" I asked. "That's kind of far, almost outside the city limits." The man didn't move, didn't blink. Just repeated flatly, "Lincoln Street." I should have canceled the ride. I should have told him to get out. But instead, I sighed and shifted into drive. The payout was good, too good. I took one last glance at him in the mirror. Something in my chest tightened. The streetlights flickered as we pulled away. The ride was quiet, too quiet. Most passengers fidget. They scroll through their phones, hum to the radio, adjust their seatbelts, something. But this guy, nothing. No movement, no sounds. Just stillness. The longer we drove, the heavier the air in the car became. I could feel it in my chest, thick and pressing, like the space had somehow shrunk without me noticing. I kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror. His head was slightly tilted downward, shadow covering most of his face. The brim of his hat was low, but I could just barely see his mouth. He wasn't smiling, wasn't frowning either. His expression was void, like a person caught between moments, like someone who had forgotten they were supposed to be alive. The streetlights passed in streaks of orange, flashing against the windshield, against his face. I cleared my throat. "So, been out late?" No answer. I gripped the wheel a little tighter. "Just visiting someone?" Nothing. "Work?" Silence. I exhaled sharply through my nose, shaking my head. "All right, man, cool." Maybe he was just drunk, or high. Maybe he was mute, or maybe he just didn't want to talk. Fine by me. I turned up the radiolo, just enough to fill the void. Static. I frowned, glancing at the screen. The signal had died. Which didn't make sense. I knew this part of the city. There was no reason for the station to cut out. I tried switching channels. More static. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. The man hadn't moved. Not once. Something cold crept down my spine. I faced forward again. Just drive. The buildings thinned as we moved into the older part of town, streetlights flickering weakly above the cracked pavement. Lincoln Street wasn't a place people went anymore. It used to be a nice neighborhood, decades ago, but time had taken it. Families moved out. The city forgot about it. Now, it was mostly boarded-up houses and empty lots. I had only been out here once before, and that was during the day. It was eerie even then. At night? It felt wrong. Like the air was thicker, like the houses were watching. The closer we got, the more uneasy I felt. My fingers tightened on the wheel. Almost there, I muttered, more to myself than him. The turn onto Lincoln Street was sharp, the road uneven under my tires. The houses were exactly how I remembered them dead. Broken windows, graffiti, a few streetlights struggling to stay alive. And then, his voice. Low, flat. Here. I blinked. We had barely entered the street. I slowed down. Which house? The man didn't move. Didn't gesture. Just said, here. I let the car roll to a stop. The house in front of us was the worst one on the block. Not just abandoned. Condemned. The front door was missing. A half-ripped police notice fluttered against the wood. The windows were shattered, their gaping holes like black, empty eyes. The entire place looked wrong. Like it didn't want to be seen. I frowned. Are you sure? No answer. I turned to look at him, and my stomach dropped. The back seat was empty. The door hadn't opened. I hadn't heard anything. But he was gone. The seat belt was still buckled. I froze. A chill ran up my arms, my breath coming fast. I twisted around fully, shoving the seat forward. Nothing. No sign of him. I whipped my head back toward the house. The door was open now, swinging slightly in the breeze. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling. No service. The screen flickered. I swore under my breath. Something was wrong. So fucking wrong. I hit the lock button on my doors. Clunk. Then slowly I reached for the gear shift. A sharp bang rang out. I jumped. The sound had come from behind me. From the trunk. I sat there, frozen, my breath too loud. Bang. Again. From inside the car. Like something was inside my trunk, trying to get out. I swallowed hard, my heartbeat hammering against my ribs. This isn't real. But it was. Another bang louder this time. I wasn't going to check. I wasn't that kind of person. I threw the car into drive and peeled out of there, tires screeching against the pavement. My hands were slick with sweat, my knuckles white on the wheel. The road twisted and turned, my headlights barely illuminating the broken pavement ahead. I didn't stop. Not until I hit the freeway. Not until I saw the familiar glow of the city ahead. Only then did I pull over. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely put the car in park. The silence inside the car felt too loud. I glanced at my phone. Full service now. Like nothing had ever happened. I let out a shaky breath. Get out. I turned off the engine and stepped into the cold night air, my breath coming fast, uneven. I walked to the back of the car, my hands trembling. Don't do this. But I had to. I gripped the trunk handle and pressed the release. The latch clicked. The trunk swung open. Empty. Nothing inside. Just my emergency kit, a spare tire. No sign of anything. I stood there, staring, my mind racing. I wasn't crazy. I heard it. I felt it. Something had been in there. Or something had left. I slammed the trunk shut, my heart still pounding. I needed to go home. I needed to forget this ever happened. But as I climbed back into the driver's seat, I noticed something. My ride history. The trip wasn't there. No record of Rider A. No pickup. No drop-off. Like the ride had never existed. Like he had never existed. My fingers trembled as I closed the app. Put the car in drive. And slowly, without looking back, I drove home. I drove home in silence, gripping the wheel so tight my fingers ached. The city lights came into view, warm, familiar, safe, but they didn't comfort me. Nothing did. I couldn't stop replaying what had happened. The ride, the empty back seat, the banging in the trunk. And the worst part? The ride was never booked. I pulled into my apartment's parking lot and cut the engine. My breath was uneven, my skin damp with sweat. I forced myself to stay seated, gripping the wheel until my pulse stopped thundering in my ears. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe I was just tired. I had been driving for hours. Could I have imagined it? Number. I heard the footsteps. I heard the door open. I felt him in the car. I swallowed hard, staring at my phone screen. The app was still open, the ride history sitting there empty. But then, a notification. One I hadn't seen before. A pending trip review. My stomach twisted. I tapped on it with shaky fingers. There was no passenger name, no location, just one option. Rate your ride with Rider A. The rating screen glowed at me, waiting. 5 empty stars. I stared at it, my body suddenly ice cold. This wasn't real. I pressed 1 star just to see what would happen. The screen flickered. Then a new message appeared. A text. From Rider A. Thank you for the ride. I nearly dropped the phone. My pulse slammed against my ribs. I had to be dreaming. Another message popped up. I enjoyed our time together. My stomach turned. A final message. Let's do it again soon. I threw the phone down. My breathing was shallow, chest tight with something I couldn't even name. Number no, no, no. I grabbed the device, my fingers shaking, and checked the number. Unknown. I opened the chat, history, nothing was there. The messages were gone. The review request was gone. I exhaled sharply, rubbing my face. I was tired. I needed sleep. That's all this was. I locked my car and made my way inside. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the back seat. The empty space where he had been. The dream came just before dawn. I was back in the car, driving. The city was gone. The streets stretched endlessly, lined with houses that had no windows, no doors, just dark, gaping holes. I gripped the wheel, trying to stop, but I couldn't. My hands wouldn't move. Then, a whisper from the back seat. Soft, amused. You pick me up, My breath hitched. I looked in the mirror. A man sat in the back seat. But it wasn't him. His face was blurred, flickering, like static on an old television. "I like this game," he said. I tried to wake up, tried to jerk myself out of it, but the dream held me there. The man leaned forward, his face shifting, morphing, trying to form something recognizable. "You'll pick me up again, won't you?" I woke up gasping. The next day, I deleted the app. I told myself that was enough. That if I just stopped driving, if I stopped picking people up, I would be safe. But I knew deep down that wasn't true. Because later that night, when I got back in my car to run errands, the seatbelt in the back was still buckled. I never picked up another passenger again. But sometimes, when I drive alone at night, I hear the seat creak. I hear breathing behind me. And when I glance in the rearview mirror, for just a second, I see a shape in the back seat, waiting.